Welcome. Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
At this time, I call the May 19th meeting of the Nash County Board of Commissioners to order. On behalf of the commissioners and the staff, I welcome everyone to the meeting. We begin our meetings with an invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. For the invocation, you're welcome to stand and join us, or you're welcome to have your own individual prayer, or you can use this time for a moment of silence. Commissioner Gwen Wilkins will give the invocation, after which I will lead us in the pledge. Commissioner Wilkins.
Let us bow. Heavenly Father, thank you for allowing us to wake up today. Help us to have faith and courage to overcome the obstacles in all our ways. We trust you to guide and sustain us, to strengthen us and protect us. Give us the determination, the intestinal fortitude, known as guts, to say what we mean and mean what we say for the good of Nash County. All these things we ask in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Would you join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now we will move to agenda item number 4, Nash County Agricultural Advisory Board presentation and request. Cole Strickland, Soil and Water Conservation Director, will facilitate the presentation and the request. Good morning, Cole. Oh, good afternoon, rather.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Nash County Board of Commissioners. We thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you this afternoon. At this time, the Nash County Ag Advisory Board does come before you to make a presentation and request. Mr. Robert Covington, the Nash County Agriculture Advisory Board Chairman, will be here to make this presentation today. Mr. Covington.
Thank you, Cole. As Cole said, good afternoon.
Good
It's such a
afternoon.
beautiful day. It is a shame we can't hold this meeting outside, isn't it? Perfect time to be talking about agriculture here in Nash County. Commissioners, County Manager, you're a very capable team. Your Ag Advisory Board has been pretty busy since we last stood before you. I believe that was in November when we gave kind of an update on some of the programs and projects that board has been working on. Since that time, we've learned a great deal, and we've made a lot of lasting friendships. We've developed a lot of very strong resources and relationships with a number of people. And if I can figure out how to use this mouse, sorry.
You're good.
Thank you, Mr. Boone. I would, as always, like to begin with recognition and appreciation for those who have helped us so very much. And I think at the top of that list, we'd have to thank our friends with the North Carolina Department of Agriculture, particularly their Farmland Preservation Division. And we're very pleased to have Mr. Evan Davis, the Division Director, here with us today. Thank you, sir. Any conversation about agriculture here in North Carolina almost always includes information from our land-grant universities, NCA&T, NC State University, and University of Mount Olive. In particular, we'd like to thank the folks at the College of Ag and Life Science for the resources, for the information that they continue to provide, not just as it relates to crop science, but also as it relates to agricultural and resource economics. We're very happy today to have with us Dr. Jeff Dorfman, who's a professor within the College of Ag and Life Science, Resource Economics. Dr. Dorfman, thank you for being here today, sir. Many of you, I believe, have met the executive director and the conservation director at Working Lands Trust. Words can't describe the wealth of information that we have gained through our relationship with them. We're very happy today to have Conservation Director Ryan Manning and two of his colleagues, including Mikey Folk, their Executive Director. And ma'am, I do not know your name.
That's okay, Lisa Sheedy.
Thank you for joining us.
Yes.
By the way, Mr. Manning will be joining me at the podium a little bit later in this presentation to talk about some of the resources and some of the services that they might be able to provide to the county. Soil and water conservation districts in the state play such a vital role in any farmland preservation initiative. And we're especially thankful not only for our local group, but also for the folks in Johnston County and in Wake County who have shared their knowledge and experience. Those folks are a few steps ahead of us down this path. And to learn from their experience in their own counties has been invaluable. So we do certainly want to give a nod to, in particular, the Conservation District Directors there in Wake and Johnson County. I can't say enough good things about our Nash County Manager's Office. Our county manager and her entire team have provided us with great background information. It's been a great education for me as just a citizen of the county to learn about the infrastructure and the administration of a county such as this great county of ours. Huge word of thanks to each and every one of you. I didn't list it here. Oh, I'm sorry. I did list here Nash County Farm Bureau. There's very little that happens in agriculture in our county that the Farm Bureau and their board of directors does not have a hand in. And I don't know if we have any members of that board here with us today, but we certainly appreciate their work. I didn't list it here, but this is as good a time as any to talk about invaluable resources. My word. You know, anytime you make a list, you run the risk of leaving someone out. Well, we certainly are not going to leave out the Nash County Cooperative Extension Service. We have, as you know, they currently provide the administrative function for your advisory board. They also hold a seat as ex officio members of the Ag Advisory Board. We have several members from the County Cooperative Extension Office here today, including our new director. Welcome. And thinking about soil and water districts in other counties, how about our own group, the Nash County Soil and Water Conservation District? The director and his team, their board of supervisors, the support, the resources that they have given to your board are just immeasurable. Immeasurable. This illustration, I'm sure many of you have seen in different corners of the county, gives us an idea of the current location of voluntary ag districts and enhanced voluntary ag districts in our county. We currently have about 192 parcels representing almost 6,700 acres under voluntary ag districts. For the enhanced voluntary ag districts, we have 63 parcels, and that's representing about 2,400 acres. I understand from the crop science agent, field crops agent there at the Extension Office that we have 2 new applications for voluntary ag districts in the county that we'll be reviewing and hopefully approving at our next meeting. So in total, there are about 9,100 acres currently being represented by one of the 2 agricultural districts. You've probably seen recently a number of data points related to agriculture in our county. Let's take a moment to review just a few of those. One, And this data comes from 2022. There's usually a couple of year lag in the statistics that are available. In this case, from the United States Department of Agriculture, Census of Agriculture. $184.5 million worth of agricultural products sold in Nash County, not in North Carolina, in Nash County. While that is a big number, it does represent a decrease of 4% since 2017. Current number of farms is about 375, which represents a decrease of 12% from that in that same period of time. About 91% of those farms, though, are family farms, which is a little higher than the state average of 86% statewide. I found it interesting, and I hope you will as well, that the number of farms selling directly to consumers has increased 32% from 2017. That's a good indication of a rising trend in agriculture. Even more impressive is the agritourism numbers, which have risen 1,155% since 2017. Surely you'll be excited to see what the future holds in those two sectors. We've seen some different numbers related to total acreage in agriculture. In terms of cropland, and when I say that, excluding forestry and grassland, we're at about 92,289 acres last year, which does represent an 11.8% decrease from the prior year, 17% decrease from 2022. For cash crops, and those numbers are in acres, by the way, cash crops are typically thought of as tobacco, sweet potato, cotton, soybeans, corn, etc. Pretty steady at around 61,000 acres in Nash County. A few comments about why we all benefit from agriculture in our community. The preservation of farmland does help to ensure that future generations have access to agricultural land, and it helps us to maintain the historic farming heritage of our county. Open space surely provides an aesthetic benefit to people, but also provides much-needed habitat for wildlife. Buffer zones, including other erosion control measures, enhance water quality, reduce sedimentation, and help to mitigate the damage of flooding. There's a direct and indirect economic benefit throughout the supply chain when you look at our agricultural enterprises in the county. Dr. Dorfman would have better information on this, but conversationally, people normally assume about a 3 times benefit across all economic sectors when you look at the value of products sold and that direct and indirect economic benefit. So for us, what that does is that takes us from $184.5 million worth of products sold to a little over $550 million worth of economic benefit. I didn't explain that very well, but did that make sense when I finally got to the end of that point?
You're good.
Thank you. In our community, having a vibrant ag industry promotes access to fresh and nutritious food, as well as a local supply of ingredients to businesses and to individual consumers alike. We were reminded recently that right here in Nash County, we have a few of the largest sweet potato packing operations in the country. Also, right here in Nash County, we have the largest tobacco processing facility in the country. I'd like to think in the world, but that might be a little overzealous. But think about some of the other ag and food-related businesses in the county. You can look at anyone from LS Tractor right on through to food manufacturing and food ingredient, value-added ingredient, I think they call it, processing. Think about Crump's Naturals, Atlantic Natural Foods. Think about Poppy's, Nacal. Think about the Cheesecake Factory. How about McLean Distributors, Sonovatech? And there's no way we're going to leave out Braswell Family Farms when we talk about elite food processing and food products in our county. Some of the most often repeated numbers that we hear are from that 2020 report by the American Farmland Trust. There are a lot of different ways to look at future predictions for farmland loss in our state, in our country. But one thing that is indisputable is that between 2001 and 2016, almost 750,000 acres of ag land in North Carolina were converted to non-ag use. The vast majority of that, by the way, went to low-density residential land uses. 4 counties, including 2 that are pretty close by, rank in the top 40 of all counties in the United States in terms of converted acreage converted from agricultural uses. Johnston, Union, Wake, and Iredell made the top 40 list. The report by the American Farmland Trust suggests that by 2040, we'll rank 6th in the nation in North Carolina for the percentage of ag land that's lost. Here again, future predictions. If you take the most conservative model that's available to us, looks like by 2040, we stand to lose 1.1 million acres of farmland in North Carolina. What that means to the community, though, is 9,100 farms lost, $1.25 billion with a B dollars reduction in farm output, and almost 20,000 jobs lost. So we come before you today, commissioners, asking for your support, both human and financial, to provide invaluable expertise and funds that would allow for educational programs for farmers and landowners regarding farmland preservation and the tools that are available to them. Programs to educate the non-farm public on the benefits and importance of farm and forest preservation and the continued development of agriculture. We're also asking for your support in creating partnerships between the ag-related agencies that are housed here in the county and other county departments so as to maximize the benefit to landowners and citizens as a whole who might be pursuing farmland preservation planning options. I've had the benefit recently of attending a couple of landowner summits in other counties, talking with landowners there, and the impact and value that that kind of information brings to the population, particularly landowners, it's immeasurable. I can't recall the exact date, but we have penciled in a date in January of 2026 to hold a landowner summit here in Nash County. Your support would help us put on this programming where we can highlight the services provided by Cooperative Extension, services provided by the Soil and Water Conservation District, North Carolina Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, including the Forestry Service, and of course, the Farmland Preservation Division. Think about the United States Department of Agriculture, including the Farm Services Agency and the Natural Resource Conservation Service, domiciled here in Nash County. Folks need to understand the services that our federal government is bringing to the agricultural community. One of the more interesting topics in a landowner summit seems to be the matter of estate planning and planning for the transfer of ownership of land and of farming enterprises, farming businesses. Now, we won't pretend or presume to be able to provide the specific advice that any individual may need, but to make people aware of the concerns when things are not done well, and to give people the ideas on how to properly structure things like wills, trusts, things like LLCs for their property and for their other assets in the business itself. Making people aware of the importance is invaluable. I'm using that word a lot, but there's a lot to learn and there's a lot of benefit to be gained. Also in a landowner summit, it would be fascinating to have people from the tax office, for example, to talk about present use value, for one thing. It's amazing to me the number of landowners involved in agriculture who are not aware of that opportunity to defer taxes at a lower value, the present use value program as a whole. Make sure folks know about that voluntary and enhanced voluntary ag district program that's available to them in the county. Educate people on agricultural conservation easements and perhaps other types of conservation easements that may fit their own particular plans as well. Thinking about agricultural conservation easements, it's very important to understand that while the state of North Carolina, through the Department of Ag and Consumer Services, does offer funds to help a landowner cover or defray the cost related to creating an agricultural conservation easement, the federal government, through the USDA, offers similar grant opportunities. But very often, those grants are only awarded if other funds are also contributed toward the project. And by other funds, those are monies that are typically provided by a county or municipality. Now, in a literal sense, and I think the slide says are awarded only if other funds are also contributed. I realize that in a literal sense, that is not a true statement. But in a practical sense, it absolutely is, because of the rating criteria that our friends at NCDA and the USDA use in awarding funds. You penalize so heavily if there's not a local funding source contributing as well to the project, that in a very competitive environment that these grant awards exist under, it's very unlikely that those state or federal funds would be awarded unless you get the benefit of those local funds. Did that make sense? Thank you. In your agenda information sheet, or on that agenda information sheet, you will have seen 3 different action items. That third action item is for your blessing to develop a farmland preservation plan specific to Nash County and bring that plan, the details of that plan, back to you for your approval, right? But it might be helpful in painting a picture of what farmland preservation initiatives, what agricultural conservation easements might look like in the county, to just go through an example. And this is a very basic, very elementary example. County funds could be used to help offset unreimbursed costs related to the real estate transaction of creating a conservation easement. And it is a real estate transaction. Now, land is not being sold. The landowner retains ownership of that land as always. By installing or creating a conservation easement, they simply are giving up the development rights on the land that they will continue to own, okay? So although ownership of the land does not change, it is considered a real estate transaction, and in fact, you go through a closing attorney, there's a HUD statement, there's title insurance, there's surveys, there's appraisals, there's very much the same process that any of us would go through in buying a new home, for example. Okay? So a county program could help to offset some of the unreimbursed costs that a landowner may be subject to when they create a conservation easement. An example of that might be a portion of the stewardship fee. It might be the cost of an appraisal. There are a few other sundry costs that might be not be reimbursed or eligible for reimbursement through the state or federal programs. And county funds could also help with a portion of the value of a conservation easement and compensating the landowner for relinquishing those development rights. Let's go forward with what that might look like. The statewide average of an agricultural conservation easement is 40 acres. Not 400, not 2,000, 40 acres. It's our smaller farmers and landowners who themselves are not farming, but instead who lease their land to a producer. It's an important concept. Average size, statewide, about 40 acres, okay? Here in the north central region of North Carolina, the average value per acre of a conservation easement is about $3,700. So in our 40-acre example, the total value of that conservation easement would be $147,600. I include here, or we included rather, on this slide, a mention about the land stewardship fee. Keep in mind that with any conservation easement, there must be an easement holder on record, right, who in perpetuity monitors that easement to ensure that whatever restrictions were put in place remain honored throughout the life of that property. What that means on the ground is annually someone, the easement holder or their representative, needs to visit that property and do an actual survey, pictures, etc., and document the conditions, again, validating that the terms of that easement have not been violated. And that needs to be done in perpetuity. With any easement, pretty typical number is 6% that would be paid to that easement holder to help them fund that activity going forward, okay? So I wanted to include that here, again, just to go ahead and get those monies out front. Now, sorry, back up. That easement holder is typically a land trust, a nonprofit land trust. It can certainly be an entity of county government, Soil and Water Conservation District, whoever within the county organizational structure is already managing real estate. But land trust and soil and water conservation districts are typical easement holders. I can speak a little better from this table. The next slide that you had in front of you is kind of a written description. This table might be a little bit easier to follow. In this example, again, $147,600 easement value. Estimate the transactional costs at about $25,000. That land stewardship fee at 6% of our easement value, $8,800.50. Let's say in this example that the landowner was fortunate enough to be awarded a grant from the North Carolina Department of Agriculture, Agricultural Development and Farmland Preservation, ADFP, Trust Fund. And let's say they got the full funding amount available, which is typically 50% of that easement value. Let's say that in this example, the ADFP funding would cover the cost or reimburse the cost to the landowner of transactional fees, all of the transactional fees except for the appraisal. So in this example, let's say that appraisal cost about $3,000. ADFP funding would provide $22,000 to help cover transactional costs. The land stewardship fee, ADFP trust fund money would cover half of that stewardship fee. When we go back to the kind of the parameters of this example and we talk about potential county funding, let's say the county is willing to help compensate up to a value of amount of 25% of that easement value. In this example, that'd be almost $37,000. Let's say, as I think it was written, the county would also be willing to cover unreimbursed costs through other sources. And let's say that's the appraisal at $3,000. In this example, let's say the county was also willing to cover half of that stewardship fee to help ensure the monitoring and reporting requirements are met going forward, $4,400 and some change. Now, the landowner, very often in these type of transactions and creating a conservation easement, there's going to be a bargain sale component where the landowner agrees to take or accept a lesser amount than the highest and best use or highest and best value of their land. In many cases, that amount will qualify for a charitable contribution on their federal tax return, and actually for a couple of years, and we hope that going forward, it may also be deductible from state income taxes, on your state income taxes. So yes, they're giving up that $36,000, almost $37,000 in value that will be tax deductible, and so they will actually be able to, it won't cost that full amount to them at the end of the day. This is an overly simplified example just to paint a picture, right? We know how complicated farmland preservation programs can be. In particular, we know how complex it can be in creating an agricultural conservation easement. We're very fortunate that we have on our side all of those organizations and individuals on that first slide that we gave thanks to. We have them available, a phone call away, an email away, a short ride away, to help us down this path. To talk a little bit about those resources available to us, many of you met Ryan Manning and Mikey Falk with Working Lands Trust back in December when we had a workshop there at the Ag Center. I'd like to invite Ryan Manning, again, he's their conservation director, to come up and talk a little bit about the services their organization might be able to provide to the county, and to also talk about some of the existing partnerships that the organization has. Ryan, would you join me?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me here. As Robert had said, I'm just going to go over sort of what Working Lands Trust can provide in Nash County in our partnership opportunities. But first, I just wanted to make a little bit of a mention, because my boss will fire me if I don't. She's sitting right back there. Working Lands Trust is a statewide land trust, but what makes us unique is that we are the only one in North Carolina dedicated to agricultural conservation easements. So in pursuit of that goal, we find ourselves, and as part of our mission, partnering with counties, soil and water districts, other land trusts, various other organizations. And so we are fortunate enough at Working Lands Trust to have some experience, a fair amount of experience with NCDA and USDA's agricultural easement program. And so we like to offer that, because the way we look at it is it doesn't have to be our easement, it just has to be an easement that somebody's putting on their property. Our goal is farms and forests, food and fiber. And so at the end of the day, wherever that easement gets done, that's what we're shooting towards. And so, like I said, in pursuit of that, the slide you see up there just goes over.
Didn't you know your phone has this feature? Pay attention. Just place your finger on the camera.
Sorry about that.
You're okay. Just goes over some of the partnership opportunities and options that there are. As you know, every county is probably in a bit of a different position when it comes to this program. And so there are different needs. So there really is no one right answer to what this partnership looks like. Sometimes we're there for the whole host of activities. Sometimes we're only there at the back end of it. But we are available for any and all of these opportunities you see up there and perhaps on your slides in front of you. And I won't read through all of them, but we can be there at the beginning, as we sort of have been working with Robert and Cole to help structure and create the infrastructure for a program. As I mentioned, we could be there at the back end of it as the easement holder and providing the stewardship for the easement. And then we can be there anywhere in between, providing the due diligence items that are required by one of these contracts. We can provide outreach, educational meetings, that sort of thing. So if you go to the next slide, this is just a sample of some of the existing relationships we have across the state. As you can see, each one is slightly different from the other one. So like I said, every county is a little different due to capacity, due to resources, and so we try to fit that partnership so that it makes the most sense to that county or soil and water district. And so just as you can see there, we've got examples of where we've worked just for due diligence items. We can help with your voluntary agricultural district programs. We can do outreach, we can do consultation, application partner, et cetera, et cetera. So that is all that I had to say. But I am available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ryan. Would you like to just remain standing? Because we're very close to the end of the presentation. We're looking forward to your questions and your comments, and I might need Mr. Manning's help as we move forward.
Go ahead, Mr. Covington.
Thank you, sir. Another one of the action items that you'll see on your agenda information sheet, and I believe it's that first one, has to do with the administrative responsibility for your Agricultural Advisory Board. The ordinance that you passed in 2009 specifies that that administrative support will be provided by the Cooperative Extension Service. As we move forward into a new era, and particularly farmland preservation programs and working in and around agricultural conservation easements, we've learned that some of the activities, be it contract management, the movement in and out of state and federal funds, tend to fall outside of the mandate and the authority of the Cooperative Extension Service. However, they are directly within the roles and responsibilities bestowed upon the Soil and Water Conservation District. So as we move forward with farmland preservation initiatives in the county, it seems to make sense to the board to simply ask that we reassign that administrative responsibility to Soil and Water. Now, that does not do anything to upset the critical importance of cooperative extension to the Ag Advisory Board and others, and their role as ex officio members. It also happens not to change the fact that the Soil and Water Conservation District will have an ex officio seat on the board, Ag Advisory Board, sorry. It just seems to make sense, and in the scheme of things, keep things within the realm of responsibilities and authorities within these two different agencies. So again, I believe that's the first action item. Thinking about the funding, and this is not a concept I think that will be new to any of you. Your Agricultural Advisory Board is asking you today to create a fund, an account within the county budget that is funded by the rollback taxes, that is the repayment of deferred taxes, when land falls out of the present use value requirement, right? I think current year plus the 3 prior years must be paid to the county for those deferred taxes. We're asking that those rollback funds be set aside and used toward the county's farmland preservation initiatives. This is going forward, by the way, so not looking in arrears. This is fiscal year just beginning, so this is all forward-looking. Unused funds in that account would remain for use at a later time, simply so that it allows that fund to grow over time, especially when you think about in the very beginning as the program is rolling out. You won't need all of that money. You're not going to have enough applications. You're not going to have enough successful grant awards to use that money that's available. But over time you will, and it won't be long before we're like one of our neighboring counties who has considerable funds available, by the way. They're having to turn people away because they don't have the funds available to provide to the landowners. So funds and unused funds would carry over year on year to allow that account to grow and therefore increase the capacity going forward. Right now in the state, I think it's correct that 11 other counties have designated those PUV rollback funds to fund their farmland preservation initiatives. There are a couple of other ideas out there. One county we know of passed a bond referendum kind of for open space funds, was broadly what the purpose of that bond, and part of that was farmland preservation. We have another county to the southwest of us who, in addition to the PUV rollback taxes, they also passed what I believe is called, and I am way underwater here, by the way, but I believe it's called a Title 46 tax. A quarter of a penny in sales taxes goes to fund their farmland preservation initiatives. So that's your second action item on your information sheet. You've probably seen these numbers. We don't have 2024 available to us right this moment, but to give you a sense of what those rollback taxes have looked like in Nash County, over the last 3 years, the average is $235,000. Obviously, it fluctuates. We've had a high over the last 3 years of $317,000, a low of $156,000, but that just gives you an idea of the amount of money that we're talking about here. In talking with a number of folks, a real benefit of this, of utilizing present use rollback taxes, first of all, and perhaps foremost, there's no new taxes levied on the citizens of the county. There's no increase in taxes. But in a more indescribable way, it does help to promote a philosophy amongst the county and its citizens where income that essentially has resulted from the loss of farmland, county income, has been redeployed to help preserve agricultural lands for other landowners. We've come to the end of the material that we had prepared for you today. I hope that we addressed each of the 3 action items that have been put before you.
Thank you, Mr. Covington. Is there any discussion or questions from the board? Commissioner Davis?
Mr. Chairman, is it the intent of the board to take a vote on these items today?
You see the recommendation in the agenda, Commissioner Davis.
All right.
There are 3 items listed in the agenda. Would you like me to read them?
No, it's not necessary for you to read them, Mr. Chairman. I'm puzzled by the fact it appears like number 3 should come ahead of number 2. If I'm going to vote funding for something, I would like for it to be in place. Number 3 says approve the Soil and Water Conservation District developing Nash County's farmland preservation program. So we are asking to fund a program, if I'm keeping up, that's not been established yet. But if I'm wrong in that, if somebody making the presentation could tell me different, or maybe a board member that understands it better than I do.
Other discussion or questions? Commissioner Belfield?
It appears here that you have a plan in place, and here in Nash County, the high percentage of the farmland is classified as family farm. Now, what plan do you have to work with these families so that relatives will want to maintain and keep it in farmland for farm production?
That's a terrific question. Step 1, when you go down the path of preserving a family's land and perhaps business enterprise, farm business enterprise, is to sit down with the family to understand their goals, to understand their objectives both for current and for future generations. Commissioner Belfield, it seems that everyone's situation is a little bit different. And in any given family, the members will look at the future use of land differently. So it is very important to sit down with the family and work with them to quantify what those goals are, then to move forward with a variety of necessary next steps, including the possibly creating an agricultural conservation easement. There are many other factors, though, that come to play when you're having that discussion. I alluded to a couple of them earlier, but one is, do you have a goodwill that states your wishes accurately? The other is, would it make sense to create a revocable or irrevocable trust? You know, those things, they're not just designed for rich people. It's very simple and reasonably inexpensive to create a trust document. Once you've got that done, is your enterprise organized as an LLC, one or more LLCs, depending on the nature of the operation? Are you enrolled in a voluntary or enhanced voluntary act? There's a lot of things that go into the conversation, at my point, and I don't mean to belabor that fact, and I apologize, Commissioner Belfield, but it all begins sitting on the tailgate of a truck, sitting around a kitchen table in someone's home who is interested in learning what their options are. Is that a fair statement, Ryan?
Yeah, and I would just add sort of a broad answer to that question, and what Robert's getting at is education. Not for just that particular family, but for all residents of Nash County. Though interest in this program has grown statewide, there still is the hurdle of getting the information out there, getting in touch with those individual families, and then getting the right information out there, because there are, as Robert had mentioned, a variety of easements. And agricultural easements are different enough from all of the other types that, you know, not all easements fit all people, but ag easements, due to the nature of them, tend to, I think, maybe this is just my opinion, be the most widely accepted and successful kind. So some of this money, is my understanding, would be just dedicated to making outreach efforts and education efforts to landowners.
Well, in agriculture, there's two sides to it. You got the production, the business side, and the production side. If the family don't have the interest on the business side of agriculture and just on production, and they age out or whatever, and it's sold, and most likely somebody want to get it to build a housing development. So with small children, I mean agriculture, in fact, it ought to be put back into the schools. It's been FFA, all this, and a lot of schools has been taken out. But if you don't keep interest in that family to keep it going, we can have all the programs, conservation that we want, and we're still, it's already in motion already. The old saying is the train left the station and going on down the track. Now, we got to intercept it and stop it. And and you got to have a broad program, two parts, production and the business too. Got to go hand in hand.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Belfield. Other discussion or questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me, sir. Commissioner Leggett.
I'd just like to thank y'all. I know that the Agriculture Advisory Board has done a lot of work. There's been a lot of hours put into doing due diligence and research on this to bring us a proposal that's really tailored for Nash County. It's not just a cookie cutter, other counties did it this way, but what would look good for our county. So I just want to express my appreciation, and I appreciate y'all bringing this to us today.
Thank you, Commissioner Leggett.
Other discussion or questions? Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just would strongly like to ask the other commissioners to consider this. We all know there's a lot of growth going on in the county. Growth is not going to stop. Growth is part of evolution. It's going to continue to take place. Unfortunately, as he mentioned earlier, there's 40 counties in the country, not in the state of North Carolina, but in the country, that in our state are in the top 40, and 2 of those counties border Nash County. And I don't have to tell anybody, if you head west towards Zebulon or go towards Wake County every day on 64, 264, you find that out because you hit the bottleneck there. And the latest numbers are Wake County is still growing now. It was 55 people a day. It's increased to 65 people a day is its current statistics right now at how fast Wake County is growing. And that growth is coming this way in spillover. So the growth is here, and to kind of put it in perspective, we're looking at, as a state, of losing close to 20,000 jobs by 2040, and that's $1.25 billion in reduction in output. However, the flip side of that is by the year 2030, our population is currently somewhere around 10 million, and they're projected it to be at 15 million. So to give everybody a visualization of that, that's basically taking the population of South Carolina and sticking them inside of North Carolina. So we're not going to stop the growth, and that's not what we're asking here today, Widgie. We know the growth is coming, but let's preserve some of the farmland to protect it. This program really probably will not be a fit-all, one size for all farmers that's out there and landowners, but what it does is the average 40-acre farms is what this works out to be. And what it does for the larger farmers is it gives them the ability to be able to still rent land and farm it. I can tell you, I've got friends that's in farming today that are actually renting and purchasing land out of state because the rates are getting so high because the land value has gone up so much. So, as he mentioned, this doesn't fit everybody, but it does have another option, and it's a piece that we can put in place to help save some of the farmland. And basically, we're taking the funds, or asking to take the funds that are currently look-back taxes and use that to help preserve some of the farmland in Nash County so it's protected. And this isn't, this is a permanent easement. So it's not 5 years, it's not 10 years. This easement goes with the property. So when the property's sold, a new landowner takes it over, or if it's inherited and passed on to family members, this easement goes with it. So it's not just protecting our future today, but it's protecting it forever. So I strongly encourage everyone to consider that. And to Commissioner Davis's question earlier about kind of the order, we've got to have the program. We've got several blueprints of the program that we can utilize, but we felt like before we make the final decisions and get down in the weeds on the program, if it's the pleasure of the board to approve this, then the committee would come back to the board and give you more details and let the Board of Commissioners actually help make those decisions on exactly how to fund and everything's spent. But if we don't approve it, there's no need to go forward and get into those weeds and that detail and spend that much more time in it. So that's the reason why the ask is the way it is today.
Any other discussion or questions from anyone that hadn't had a chance to speak up here from the board? Other discussion or questions? Commissioner Davis?
I'd like to ask Commissioner Leggett if I could. I'm still hung up on funding a program that we don't see the program yet. In other words, I'm hung up on the fact that we are allotting funds and taking funds out of the general fund that we're going to find out later in this meeting we so direly need, before we got what we're looking at that we're funding. So can you help me understand why that's the right order to do that?
So,
And I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I'm just not there yet.
no,
I don't have any problem with 1 and 3 voting for it.
so it's a matter of priorities. This would be a source of funding that the county already has. It would not, I understand your comment about taking funds out, but these are funds that are already coming to the county. We would just, instead of designating those to go back into our general fund, we would be committing those to a priority that we have set, or a priority that this board votes upon, being farmland preservation.
And I guess I'm just hard-headed, and I fully understand what you said. I've talked to 9 farmers, 5 more over the weekend, and of course, I'm still getting different views. But I'm beyond that point. But I'd still like to see what it is we're funding before we agree to allot funding for it. And apparently, that must be a strange ask.
No, not necessarily, and I think that they touched on that. There was a table that they showed the expenses associated with getting some of these development easements purchased. I think they're flipping back to it. It would help fund purchasing these easements. And what the easement is, that you're basically buying the development rights.
Right.
And, you know, so this, again, it's a completely voluntary program. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
It's a completely voluntary program. No one has to do this. It's just something that we would identify as a priority. As our board, we would vote on that as if we agree that to be a priority for us. And this would be how we do that, is designating those rollback funds.
Do you see in the future, because in my speaking to the farmers and the landowners, I'm not sure how much participation we're going to get in this. If we agreed to vote on this today, the funding part of it, and 5 years down the road, we got $1 million, $2 million in the program. Nobody's buying into it. Do we vote later to stop putting money in it until some of it's gone, or do we just keep right on putting money in it?
I think that's something that we could look at in 5 or 10 years, say. But I know of, I mean, there's been several people contact me. I'm sure that Commissioner Howell's had other landowners contact him that are interested.
Okay. You're thinking we would utilize the amount of funds that would be coming in it?
Yes.
And it's not going to be a lot of funds granted, and it's
Right.
going to be a very expensive program.
Right.
Other discussions or questions? Commissioner Howell?
Just to follow up to Commissioner Davis. So one thing too, by us putting the money in from the county, it puts those applicants in a different pool. In other words, they're ranked totally different. So if we don't put any money in, pretty much the applicants most likely won't get funded because there is such a large request across the state of North Carolina for this program. So by the county putting funds in, it does rank them higher and puts them in a different pot to be selected, and greatly increases the chances of getting that additional funding. So I think there'll definitely be more requests than there will be funding available.
Any other questions or discussion?
I just done one more
Commissioner
comment. I mentioned that I had landowners contact me, and these landowners own tracts anywhere from the 40 acres to almost 800 acres tract. So I just want to mention that.
Any other questions or discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wilkins?
just a comment. I have I always use the word heartburn. I have a little heartburn over this because we haven't even approved our budget yet, and we're talking about taking money from the general fund. And I'm just not comfortable with that until we've got us a budget set.
Any other discussion or questions?
Well,
Commissioner Arrington?
yeah, well, I was going to ask the administration's opinion on this. The easements they're not permanent, they have a certain amount of years.
There are term easements that I believe the minimum for the state now is 20, 15, 30 years, and that go up to 50. Term easements, in my experience, have not really been popular, generally because the compensation is lower than you would get for a permanent easement. And then the other factor is, by the nature of term easements themselves, certain organizations don't work with those kinds of easements.
And are there any options, say a family, everybody, all their heirs died, and then the property is up for, auction? I'm not just using scenario. That easement goes with the auction?
Yep, the easement, once recorded, goes with that deed, no matter who owns it going forward.
You good, Commissioner Harrington?
That's it right now.
Any other discussion or questions?
One other question right quick.
Okay. Go ahead,
Number
Mr.
2,
Belfield. Commissioner Belfield.
if we approve that today, would we have to establish that account immediately?
I would defer to our county manager.
Ms. Manager?
We could do whatever the board wishes. We could wait for when the development of the program comes before the board, for the board to bless the program that's presented at that time. I did want to add a couple of comments. It's kind of like the chicken or the egg, which one do you do first? So, I think if the soil and water, first, if you're going to designate soil and water as being the administrative unit for the Ag Advisory Board moving forward, I did want to share that I've had conversations with our cooperative extension staff, and they do fully support that transfer of that administrative support. But then for them to walk away today to know how to develop the program. So whether you choose to vote on dedicating funds today or not, I would suggest that you at least advise them, if they're to move forward with developing a program, that they can do that around the use of those funds so that they can bring that back to you. And then another item that we have talked about in our small meetings preparing for this is that, Commissioner Davis, that concern about the money sitting and growing is definitely a legitimate concern, and I would certainly recommend that the board consider placing a cap on what it would grow to initially, and then you all could manage that moving forward so that it's not just going to grow if it's not being used. But certainly, I think the goal of today would be for them to walk away, number one, knowing that they are the administrative unit, and number two, that they have your blessing with developing a program with the use of those funds.
Other discussion or questions?
Chairman, I have one last comment, if I may.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
One last comment, if I may.
You
really
want to come
quick,
up to the
for cooperative
podium?
extension. Yes, please.
State your name.
Brittany Pendleton, Cooperative Extension. I just wanted to clear up a question you had, Commissioner Davis, about how you wanted to fund a program, but you may not already have a foundation. But I wanted you to know we do already have an ag development plan for the county. That was developed in 2012. We didn't mention that. And we are in the process of making this new farmland protection plan, and that's kind of why we're here asking at this time. So when that is drawn, the last time we made that document was over 10 years ago. So if we can get you guys a blessing today, it's the most upfront and current thing for our landowners. And this program is really giving an option to our landowners that they don't have. As Commissioner Howell mentioned, without those points for the county match on these applications, it may only be a few landowners at this time, but it will be more going forward, and our landowners are not getting an option to conserve their farmland. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Ms. Pendleton. Any other discussion or questions? Are we ready to vote?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Davis?
I would request that we vote on these items individually and not as a group of three.
Any objection from the board on that? Everybody good with that?
Thank you,
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Let's send the vote on.
I'm going to read each recommendation, if there's no further discussion or questions, and then we'll vote. First recommendation is that the administration responsibility of the Nash County Agricultural Advisory Board. You need to speak, sir?
Well, I was going to say, we vote on each one of them separately, and the ones that may not pass, we'll agree to revisit. Is that?
I'm not sure what you mean by that, Mr. Harrington.
Well, like I said, we have 3 recommendations.
Yes, sir.
And like I said, if we vote down one, will we agree to come back and revisit?
I'd certainly be willing to do that
All
with
right.
any or all of them.
They can bring anything back at any time, at any meeting. Are we ready to act? All right, the first recommendation is that the administration responsibility of the Nash County Agricultural Advisory Board be transitioned from the Nash County Cooperative Extension Service to the Nash County Soil and Water Conservation District. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Commissioner Howell, is there a second? By
Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman.
Belfield, excuse me?
Mr. Chairman, let me just clarify that if the item is defeated, then it would be brought back up as a new item, and it's not a postponed to a later time or a tabled motion.
Clarify what you're saying.
I'm saying that if one of these is defeated, if the noes prevail, then that would be defeated, and someone would have to bring it back up as a new agenda item.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
think
I
that's
just
what
wanted to
we said.
clarify that as
I
the
think that was absolutely
Point
what I
of order.
said. All right, you've heard the recommendation, we've got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Second recommendation, that the county establish an account to be funded by the rollback taxes, that is repayment of deferred taxes, when a property loses eligibility under the present use value program. That's the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Motion?
Motion by Commissioner Leggett.
I'll second it.
Are you seconding this, Commissioner Davis?
No, sir, I won't. We're at the point I wish to ask a question.
All right, after we get a second, I'll let you ask a
I'll
question.
second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Any further discussion? Commissioner Davis.
Commissioner Leggett, would you entertain, did you make the motion first of all?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you entertain, as I discussed it, as well as the manager discussed, putting a cap on this of $1 million, see how it goes, and not tie us to this indefinitely in your motion, knowing that it would be a rolling $1 million and it would continue to do that if the money were gone?
Well, I think it would be beneficial to hear from the people that do this work to
Sure.
know how much money we need
Understand?
in that fund. And I mean, we're in a motions setting, so I'm not sure, how to get that answer in quick order.
I'll let the chairman rule on that.
Any further discussion on the motion? We got a motion on the floor, we got a second.
Second.
We've got a second.
Got a second?
Any further discussion on the motion? All right, you've heard the motion. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no.
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 All right, let's do that by show of hands. All in favor indicate by raising your hand.
Wait.
Excuse me, sir.
I need a clarification on, was there amendment? No
sir,
amendment?
There was no amendment.
She did not accept my amendment.
Okay.
Well, she wasn't
Recommendation,
able to, I don't mean she did.
recommendation 2, which I just read. All in favor indicate by raising your right hand.
Let me understand what we're doing now.
We're voting on recommendation number 2, Mr. Belfield, that the county
That you seconded.
establish an account to be,
Okay.
Commissioner Davis,
I got you now.
Okay.
you understand the motion, Mr. Belfield?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All in favor indicate by raising your right hand. All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Number 3, recommendation, approve Nash County Soil and Water Conservation District in developing Nash County's farmland preservation program to bring back for Board of Commissioners approval.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis, there a second by Commissioner Howell. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Covington. Thank you, Mr. Strickland, and others that presented this information today. That was a little longer than I had expected, but thank you for being here.
Sure.
And thank you all for your support.
All right, now we're going to move to agenda item number 5, presentation on broadband projects from the North Carolina Department of Information Technology. Call on Grants and Intergovernmental Relations Director Emily Moore to present our outside presenter for today. Good afternoon, Ms. Moore.
Good afternoon.
I would mention that this is an informational-only item. There'll be no action from the board on this matter.
Yes, so let's see. Today, I would like to introduce you to Mr. Jeffrey Brooks. He is with the North Carolina Department of Information Technology and will provide an update on current and future programs to benefit the residents of Nash County, as developed and managed by the Division of Broadband and Digital Opportunity.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brooks.
Good afternoon,
Welcome to
everyone.
Nash
Thank you,
County.
Emily. And hey, Stacy, how you doing?
Good.
So I appreciate the opportunity to be here. This will be the 53rd board that I presented to. Some boards, unfortunately, I guess more than once, but it's nice to be here. And I also want to say that I appreciate the work that Stacy has done, that Patsy McGee did while she was here, that Emily has done, and working closely with our team to bring broadband funding into Nash County. So I don't read slides because I hate it when people read slides to me. Some of these are going to be really good slides, and I'll look and I'll say, that's a good slide, and we'll zip on past that, but you obviously have the copies of it. Certainly, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me, and I will do my best to answer them. If I don't know the answer, I'll tell you I don't know it, and I'll get the answer for you. My goal here is to walk through some of the components of broadband funding that impact Nash County, show you some specific information, and give you some ideas about where future funding is going to come from. Boy, I can't even see that from here, but it looks like it's a nice graph. What I'm trying to show you is this indicates broadband speeds as they've evolved since 1996, which encompasses dial-up, where you had the funny thing that you hooked up your phone that made those noises, DSL, cable internet, and now fiber-based and satellite-based broadband access. There are really two components to broadband infrastructure today. One of those is funding. Where's the money coming from? The other component has to do with who is eligible to receive that funding. Not too long ago, eligibility was based on census blocks. If an address within a census block was considered to have service that was equal to what was defined as broadband service, every home in that census block was considered to be served. Thankfully, we've evolved since that point in time. We now look at individual addresses and define them as eligible for subsidy support or ineligible. And the way they put it is, of course, there has to be a fancy word for it. It's called a broadband serviceable location, or BSL, because you have to have an acronym. And so it can be served, which means it meets the current standards for broadband services, which are evolving. Underserved, which means you can get online, but it's going to be slower than that standard. Or unserved, you have no access via infrastructure to broadband or internet access at all. Well, I know I can't read this, but I'll tell you what's up there. So very briefly, there is a abbreviated workbook that shows some of the high-level cost components of building out broadband. Roughly, you would think in terms of Nash County that those costs will be about $40,000 to $80,000 per mile to build fiber optic communications infrastructure within the county. On the left-hand side, in the little charts, I talk about these are components that may be subsidized, which is the initial construction. I point out that after it's built, that provider will rebuild that network on average twice over the 22-and-a-half-year life of that network. Those costs are not subsidized. So what I did is I just kind of put a little blurb up there to give you an idea of what some of those high-level costs are. Now, certainly they're impacted if a provider can get more people to sign up. If they can charge more, then certainly it looks a little bit better for them. But I just wanted to give you that little bit of background.
I'll tell you, Mr. Brooks, we've got that information before us at each seat.
And hopefully you can read it better than I can.
Well, some of it's pretty good. Go ahead, sir.
So, as you can see from this page, this is a rough overview of the county. And what I did is, this actually comes out of a sheet that can be downloaded from our internet site, but I blew up some of the key components that show the analytics within the county in terms of who has access to broadband, who has access to fiber services, and various other components that we look at in terms of data that I think are valuable. What I'd like to do quickly is look at how the federal government looks at it. So this is the FCC broadband coverage map. So if you went online, you looked at this map, you would say, wow, this is excellent. We have full boat coverage everywhere across the county. That's not quite true because their map includes everything. It includes satellite services, it includes dial-up, it includes DSL, it includes everything. So when you look at the federal government map and you shift it to fiber and coaxial services, map changes just a little bit. Now, this is at a federal level, but it's important because we at the state are continually exchanging data with the FCC to make sure their maps are up to date, because sometimes they get it wrong. This is an example of Nash County from what's called our CAB planning tool. These little hex bands, 6-sided characters that you see, have unique valuations attached to them. You can see that legend up in the right-hand corner of your screen or page when you're looking at it. In essence, the pinker that little hex band is, the more houses per capita compared to other hex bands within the state exist, more highly populated. The other color shows the percentage of broadband availability within that hex band. So the purpler a hex band is, the less broadband there is for each home on a percentage basis within that particular hex band. But to kind of shift gears a little bit, rather than thinking about who doesn't have service, let me share with you where service is currently being made available. So this is an example where Brightspeed has deployed fiber within the county. This is an example of where Charter, which is Spectrum, the name's Charter Communications, they do business as Spectrum, has deployed both coaxial and fiber within the county. And then finally, Optimum, and I think they do business here as Optimum. Sometimes it's Mediacom. They have a bunch of different names that they seem to want to go by. This is where they've deployed coaxial services within the county. This is the current dashboard. It comes, once again, from the information that's on our website that's available to every resident that shows current projects within the county. Now, again, I'm focusing only on infrastructure projects. I'm not focusing on the other half of the equation, which is adoption, which are those programs that help citizens learn how to use the internet safely, how to take advantage of it, how to access, get devices to utilize. Not covered in this dashboard. This is only the infrastructure component. This specifically references great grants as well as the recently concluded Completing Access to Broadband, or CAB program. There are two more programs coming. The first one is the Stopgap program. This program is designed to extend infrastructure to those locations that were close to or adjacent to the locations awarded during the Completing Access to Broadband program, but didn't quite make the cut. So we expect this program probably to start in late May or in June. It's going to be a pretty short program because the responses to our bids will be somewhat condensed. Ideally, we'd have these programs funded probably by late summer, and service providers are able to get to work on extending network to reach these locations. Now, that 834 is not the sum total of unserved locations within Nash County. There are additional locations far beyond that. These are the locations that are identified based on the criteria that you see on the slide. One of the criteria is not necessarily analytic. As Stacy knows, my little team, we receive about 80 inquiries every month from across the state. They may come from Stacy or her counterparts. They may come from the legislature, the governor's office, a few from congressional offices. And they say, we don't have broadband, or our service doesn't work. Occasionally they'll say, I can't afford it. The first two things we handle, the third we give to our Office of Digital Opportunity. Now, we don't have any regulatory or statutory authority that allows us to force somebody to deliver broadband service to a location, and we can't make anybody fix something that's broken. But in the trunk of my car, I've had $590 million in funding for the three programs I was supposed to develop. So when we call a Brightspeed or an AT&T or a Charter, we say, hey, there's something broken in Nash County. Generally, they hop on it, and we've had very good results. I'd say 1 out of 4 times for availability, we're able to add somebody into an existing project or network. Those folks where we could not add them into a network, they've gone to the top of the pile when we look at the next opportunity to expand services via the Stopgap program. because you've called us, we've been engaged with you. Stacy's carbon copied on those emails because I want her to know that we're having conversations with a resident of Nash County, because you need to know, so if you ever have a question, she's going to be aware of it. And these are folks we try and elevate in terms of stopgap because of this ongoing engagement. The next program after stopgap is the BEAD program, the Broadband Equity Adoption and Deployment, I think is what it is. I keep getting that confused. It's administered by the U.S. Department of Commerce. It's part of the National Telecommunications Information Agency. A lot of these things I kind of stumble over the words in terms of remembering exactly what they are. We were originally awarded $1 billion through this program. That got increased to about $1.57 billion because our GIS team went back to the FCC and said, you're wrong. You've missed a lot of addresses in North Carolina, like $500 million worth. Now, the one thing about this program is it's a lot of money. But over the past 4 months, it's been undergoing some significant changes because of the change in administration. Some are good, some are different, some may not be so good. We don't quite know. The little chart there shows you the progress of states in moving forward on BEAD. And what I highlighted for you is that I think we're next to last in terms of having our initial proposal accepted, in terms of having our final proposal accepted. That actually plays to our advantage, and there's also a reason why. Unlike most states, the legislature appropriated $971 million for broadband. You all are aware of this because in the original GREAT grant in the first round of CAB, we talked to you about making investments, county matching funds for broadband programs. We could not deploy this BEAD funding until all of our ARPA funding was gone. So because we as a state had so much ARPA funding for broadband, the good news is we were funding programs and new locations in North Carolina while other states were writing their BEAD applications. So we as a state and we as Nash County were actually deploying broadband to locations. Probably late summer, I would say, maybe July, August, is when we will begin to accept applications for BEAD services. Again, it's about $1.57 billion across the state. Our preference is still for terrestrial services, i.e. fiber to the location. There probably, and this is just my personal opinion, there probably are going to be scenarios where satellite services kind of rise up a little bit in terms of being able to be utilized, but our focus is on a direct connection to an individual's home, their farm, their business, the community anchor institution, because we think that longer term that has the highest opportunity for reliability and also singularity of use for that user. This is a rough timeline in terms of our programs. At the very top, you'll see the RDOF program, the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. That's an FCC program, about $16 billion, started in 2021, 22. That program will take 6 years to complete the build-out. The subsidies are paid out by the federal government over a 10-year period. The idea was we want to encourage you to sort of stay in the game while you have to wait for your subsidy to continue to offer services. You'll see the GREAT grant, the CAB 2.0, which is what we just finished. Then you'll see in italics, you'll see the stopgap program, and then, of course, the BEAD program. The caveat is, for programs that are upcoming, there could always be legislative changes that change some of the components. Realizing that your schedule is packed, I tried to make this as quick and as informative as possible, but I'm delighted to take any questions that you have.
Any questions? Any questions? Commissioner Davis?
The announcement that we saw a little while back, they've all been made by the governor and had Nash County on the list. There have been 2 more since then. I heard you say in late summer you're going to be picking those that are going to be getting the BEAD grants. I thought we were already in Nash County, had got a BEAD grant, and it was already awarded.
No, sir, that was a CAB grant.
That was a CAB grant, okay.
Yes, sir.
You're exactly right. I've got those 2 confused. That was a CAB.
You know, I think most days I get them confused, so
Yeah.
we're in good shape there. But yes, sir, it's like when I first met with you and I met with you.
With committee, yes.
That the thing that I told you is surprisingly, we have money. We have money to put into broadband, and it really is a question of timing. For these residents that I talk to virtually daily, I wish I could have the broadband available to them today. And many of these calls where I have to give them the news, you're not included, or you may have just been a part of an award, I explain to them, for the state, our time period is 2 years. And I explain to them, you're not going to see anybody on the ground until 6 months before that 2-year runs out. And I talk through the process of the pre-engineering, the engineering, path of permitting, the pre-construction, the materials allocation. I walk through all those things because what I want to make sure is when that resident is taking the time to contact us, I think they deserve an answer. And I want to fully explain to them, this is what we know, I want you to know it. And I will say, I just put a plug in here, we answer those calls within 48 hours of getting that email, getting that phone call, which shocks people. Wait a minute, you work for the state? Yeah. And I just, yes, sir, I serve you, and that's my point. My job is to serve every citizen in this county. That's what I'm here for. So if I can help you in any way, if I can help your citizens in any way, I can help you in any way, you know that. If I can help you, Emily, oh, there you are. You know, call me, because that's what I'm here for.
Any other questions or discussion from anyone?
Yeah, well,
Commissioner Arrington?
so our focus now is to try to get fiber optic to all residents.
That's my goal, yes, sir.
And what's our projection, time frame? I know speaking.
I would say what we're not, the current awards that we have, their construction is probably going to be finished by the first quarter of 2027 for the most recent award with Brightspeed. For the BEAD, federal government programs are generally 4 years in nature, which would, if we started awarding in late 2026, 27, 28, 29, 30. But what we've talked about internally is trying to encourage our providers to be more quick about deployment. Candidly, we're easier to work with many other states because many other states have a very adversarial relationship with their providers. So we think that if we can keep these providers and their crews busy here, we can expedite that work. But I would say surely by the end of 2029, which sounds like forever, but it's progress. But if you or someone you know, if they don't have service, my email's up there, it's my personal cell phone, write me, call me. I'll find out. We may be able to add you into a current project or get somebody to extend services to you where maybe they weren't aware of it before.
All right, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Other questions or discussion? Hearing none, thank you, Mr. Brooks, for a brief but very informative presentation. We appreciate it very much.
Yes, sir. My pleasure to be here.
Thank
I'm
you,
off
sir.
to Caswell County for a board meeting, so
Yes, sir.
thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Next, we go to agenda item number 6, service line replacement. Ms. Moore will present the request. Mentioned to the board, there are 3 resolutions with this request. I think the only change in the resolutions is in the amount. Do you want the resolutions read, or have you had an opportunity to look at them? Anyone want, you okay? Everybody good? Go ahead, Ms. Moore.
Okay. After receiving approval through an authorizing resolution, Nash County applied to the North Carolina Environmental Quality Division of Water Infrastructure for its lead service line replacement, LSLR grant, for 3 inventory-only projects. The county has received funding offers for Area 2 of $462,500, Northern Nash Water and Sewer District. On your memo, I put $817,000. It should be $817,500, so I left off 500. And the Central Nash Water and Sewer District for $1 million. All 3 funding offers are for principal forgiveness. So our recommended action is for the board to approve the attached resolutions accepting the funding offers.
Bear with me 1 minute, okay. The resolution reflects the 817.5.
The resolution's
It does,
correct.
yes, I just
It
looked
was
at
just
that.
my memo.
Okay, any questions or discussion? Commissioner Davis?
I think I understand it, but could you or Mr. Boone tell us what principal forgiveness means?
So the principal forgiveness will work more as like a grant. So they have some that were low-interest loans.
Correct.
Ours is 100% principal forgiveness, so it'll work similar to a grant.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or discussion? Hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis. Second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you.
Move now to agenda item number 7, Glover Park interlocal agreement. Call on the Parks and Recreation Director, Thomas Gillespie, to present the request. Good morning, Thomas. Or good afternoon again.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Nash County and the town of Nashville entered into an interlocal agreement for the operation of field athletic programs, maintenance, management, and supervision at Glover Park. This partnership was established to design to streamline services and maximize cost effectiveness for Nashville and Nash County residents. It was renewed in 2021 for 2 years, and then again in 2023 for 3 fiscal years. With the current agreement nearing its expiration date on June 30th, 2025, both the town and the county staff agreed that it's beneficial to renew this agreement. The Town of Nashville Parks and Recreation Director presented a renewal agreement at the March 19th, 2025 Town Council meeting. This draft, largely consistent with the existing agreement, included some minor updates. The primary distinction concerned the maintenance and management of the splash pad and picnic shelter facilities that would be constructed and funded by the Town of Nashville. During this March 19th meeting, a question arose regarding potential cost sharing by the Nash County Parks and Rec Department for the water usage at the town's new splash park. As immediate answer could not be provided, the item was tabled until we discussed this with the Nash County Parks Committee. The matter was addressed at our Parks Committee meeting in April on the 9th. The committee, however, requested further details before considering any contribution towards the water costs. The project timeline for the improvements at Glover Park would take approximately 6 months to complete. This timeline makes it improbable that the splash pad will be operational during this calendar year. Considering those factors, we're requesting considering these facts, we request that the Board of Commissioners just approve a 1-year renewal of the extension of the interlocal agreement just for fiscal year 2026. This extension will allow both the county and the town the necessary time to gather the comprehensive data and develop a new interlocal agreement that specifically addresses the management and maintenance of the new splash pad and picnic shelter. I have included a copy of the draft agreement in your packet, and my request today is for the board to approve renewal of the Glover Park agreement between the town and the county for an additional 1 year with the term ending June 30th, 2026.
And that's the existing agreement?
Yes, sir, until we can...
No changes?
No changes until we can get more details on the splash pad operation.
Any questions or discussion? Hearing none, you've heard the recommendation, is there a motion?
Move for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Gillespie.
Thank you.
Move now to agenda item number 8, Nash County Landfill C&D Expansion, Borrow Area Development. Call on Public Utilities and Facilities Director Mike Phillips to present the request. Good afternoon, Mike.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and board members. You should have in your packet the final amending change order related to the Nash County Landfill C&D Expansion Bar Area Development Project. And while this is the second change order, it actually addresses a decrease in the total contract amount for items that were not installed as part of the project. And this reduction of $18,032.70 results in a final contract amount of $780,909.30. And it's our recommendation that county commissioners approve the final change order and authorize county manager to execute the same on our behalf.
Any questions or discussion from the board?
We've got a picture of that project on your screen if you know a little bit more about the work that was completed.
Thank you, Mr. Boone. Any questions or discussion from the board? Hearing none, do you have a question, Mr. Arrington?
No, I
Can't
was
hear you.
just commenting on a reduction
You
change
need to,
order.
I can't hear you. You need
I
to
said I
let me
was
know
just
when you
commenting
need to
on a
speak.
reduction in change order.
Yeah, that's a good thing. We thank
Yeah.
you for that, Mr. Phillips. All right, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second? Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Harrington. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips will continue. Agenda item number 9, which is Nashville Business Center, Shell Building number 1.
Yep, so I do have another change order related to the Nashville Business Center. And this one also addresses a decrease in the contract amount based on credits for items that were not installed. Reduction of $6,950 results in a final contract amount of $1,658,433. And it's our recommendation that commissioners approve the final amending change order and authorize the county manager to execute the same on their behalf.
And this is a reduction as well. Is there any discussion or questions?
Request.
Sir?
Can we put Mr. Phelps over the jail expansion as well?
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any other questions or discussion? Hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Move for approval?
Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
Thank you.
Thank
Now we'll move to agenda item number 10, amendment to American Rescue Plan funding from State Fiscal Recovery Fund. Call on Jonathan Boone, Deputy County Manager, to present the request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll have to say I am envious of Mike, was able to present 2 final amending change orders today that resulted in that reduction in contract amount. But I am happy to report that the county was contacted by the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality early last week, and they have requested that the county consider an amendment to a grant agreement that we have with the state for American Rescue Plan funds that were awarded through the State Physical Recovery Fund. Those funds were allocated to the second phase of the Northern Ash Water System Improvement Project. And in addition to amending the agreement, the state has provided for an additional $700,000 in grant funds to be used towards that project, which would result in an amended grant amount of $13,475,170. So the recommendation is that the Board of Commissioners approve the grant amendment and authorize the county manager to execute these documents on behalf of Nash County. I'm glad to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions or discussion? Commissioner Howell?
What do we plan to do with additional funding? 700,000?
We anticipate we're going to need those funds on the project just based on the scope of the project. So it will still be used for water system improvements for Phase 2 Northern Ash Contract 1, which is primarily water main extensions and development of a groundwater supply well north and west of Red Oak towards Castelia.
Any other questions or discussion? Hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Harrington. Any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Next on the agenda is item number 11, budget. Does the board wish to take a brief break before we go into this session?
I know I would.
All right, let's take about a 10-minute break. On to agenda item number 11, fiscal year 26 budget items. Call on the county manager to present the budget information. Before she does that, I just want to make a few comments regarding the budget. The budget information to be presented today was provided to the board in advance of this meeting. The budget has 8 sections to be reviewed for consensus. Without objection from the board, I would request that discussion or questions on each section be held until after the manager presents that section. Is everyone good with that? Finally, as we begin our budget discussion today, I want to emphasize that one of my key goals, and I'm sure yours as well, is transparency. We have already had productive budget sessions, including a budget work session on April 16th. At our May 5th meeting, I asked each of you to share any final budget input you had by May 14th, which is when we met with and received budget input from Nash Community College and Nash County Public Schools. Today, we take the next step, reviewing each budget area together with the goal of building consensus. Our goal is to provide the county manager with clear direction to shape a proposed budget that reflects our collective priorities and the financial realities we face. We all understand that resources are limited and every dollar must be budgeted wisely. Each of us brings unique experiences and expertise to the table, and that diversity is our strength. I ask each commissioner to be fully engaged today, listen thoughtfully, and share your thoughts for the benefit of others. We're not here as individuals, but as stewards of the public's trust. Last, but certainly not least important, I encourage our citizens to reach out to their commissioners. Your voice matters, and we want you to be connected to this process. This budget belongs to all of us, and the more constructive input we receive, the better our decisions will be. Let's move forward with that spirit of unity and responsibility. Madam Manager, you have the podium.
Thank you for that, Chairman Outlaw, and good afternoon. I too have a couple of comments that I'd like to make just to set the stage for our interaction moving forward here this afternoon. As you know, when we first met, it was in the small groups at the end of March. We had a gap between expected revenues and requested expenditures of $11.7 million. My team and I have met weekly since that time to close the gap. I want to thank them for all of their time and attention to this work, and to also thank all of our department heads and staff that have a role in preparing the budget. It is not easy, it is not fun to make cuts to the budget, and I know many of the cuts are disappointing to our staff, but we have reduced the gap by almost $9 million to get the budget to a manageable gap between revenues and expenses. Today, we will review several items necessary to get consensus from the board on how to move forward to the final recommended budget. This is the board's budget, and my staff and I will take your direction to make final adjustments so that our FY26 budget meets your expectations. So just to review an agenda for the items that we will take a look at today, we will take a look at an overview of the status of the current FY26 general fund budget. We will take a look at the use of fund balance, operational budget items, one-time expenses, budgeting a % of revenue collections, outside agency funding, positions, COLA and merit, CIP, the Nash Community College funding, and the public schools funding. The budget as of today, the FY26 general fund budget, is at $128,708,596, or 2.58% greater than our FY25 original budget of $125,469,132. The FY25 original budget includes $1.9 million fund balance appropriation. The current gap between anticipated revenues and budgeted expenditures for FY26 is $2,981,782. CIP and one-time operational expenses. We have a CIP budget that we will review later on in our slides of $2,714,245, and one-time operational expenses. These were first presented to you at the April 16th meeting, and those are now at $352,960, for a total of $3,067,205. Just want to review our fund balance policy. This is Nash County's internal general fund balance policy. The county will maintain a minimum general fund unassigned fund balance as defined by the Governmental and Accounting Standards Board at the close of each fiscal year, equal to no less than 20% of general fund expenditures. And if you will recall, it was 2 years ago when our previous finance director, Donna Wood, brought a proposal to the board where we actually increased that percentage from 15% to 20%. Fund balance in excess of 20% minimum level stated above may be drawn down for non-recurring expenditures such as capital projects. And then this slide is going to review for you a snapshot out of the materials that Davenport presented to the board on April the 16th. The actual unassigned fund balance is $36,220,182, or 31.2%. Unassigned general fund balance available for capital, $9,241,922. And let's see, and we'll go ahead and review some of those numbers again in more detail here. So the unassigned fund balance is at $12,991,922. Already used or obligated, so the already used is the $1,250,000 for the purchase of the Nash Recreation Center, and $2.5 million that we have already stated we want to fund the senior center expansion using those funds. Current unassigned fund balance available, $9,241,922. The budget as it stands today assumes the use of $2,981,782. The difference between those two leaves $6,260,140. And that is in excess of the unassigned fund balance policy.
Okay, that's, you through with the first section?
Yes, sir.
That's the first of 8 sections. Open it up now for questions or discussion. Any questions or discussion? Commissioner Davis?
If you would give me just a moment, sir, to catch up. I didn't really raise my hand. So the way we're doing it, you're not going to come back to these as we get to them. We need to say what we got to say about them as we go.
Well, that was my intent, but we can come back and do whatever the board desires, sir.
Well, my big concern here is a couple of things. We're just spending money at a rate that is unsustainable, quite frankly, and I know what we're presenting here today in this total of $128,708 does not have anywhere near what had been asked for. But 4 years ago, 2021 to 22 budget, our budget general fund expenditures was $100 million. Here we are 4 years later, we're proposing $128 million. That is an increase in 4 fiscal years of 28.4%. Over a quarter of what our total budget is. It's caused by many things. A lot of it has to do with additional employees we've added. Last count, I think we came up with about 74, 76. We have looked after our employees well, which we needed to do. But I'm real concerned with where we're headed and the amount of funds that we're spending. We're proposing, in the unassigned fund balance this year, we're proposing to spend 52% of our unassigned fund balance over what we're required to have in one budget year, or $6,731,782. That is very concerning to me. I don't have an answer because I know there are a lot of asks, and there are a lot of asks that you've had to take out already. But in all honesty, I know in my heart we're still spending too much money with this proposed budget. And we've got to understand that. We've got to keep working on it, and we can't be adding much or anything back to what the manager has given us here today, which is going to be painful for some of us. But still, 28% increase over a 4 fiscal year period is a non-sustainable increase in increasing our budget. It's my main point. And spending 52% of our unassigned over required fund balance is a lot to be doing in 1 year as well. Thank you.
So let me make sure I understand, Commissioner Davis.
Yes, sir.
What is your, are you making a recommendation that we not spend the fund balance amount that she has in the budget? If so, what is your recommendation? We need to give her some direction.
Right. I am not recommending that we don't spend that. I'm trying to make the board understand where we are and what we are spending, so when we consider these items that have been taken out as we go through the rest of what she's going to present today, we understand where we are at this given point in time, and there's really no room for movement, because we are already, in my opinion, in a scary state of what we are spending.
Well, let me clarify one thing. There are 8 sections. We'll go through them. You have questions. We can always come back and revisit any section and ask additional questions.
All right.
Anybody else have any additional questions or comments? Commissioner Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You indicated that the budget was 2.5% greater this year than fiscal year '24. What was our revenue increase from last year to this year? Do we know that by chance?
I don't have that with me.
And that's fine. Can we just get that to see? I'd like to compare that to our budget increase. If we're 2.5% increase on our budget, I'd like to know how much revenue increase or decrease we had from last year to this year. And you touched on earlier that prior to me getting on the board 2 years ago, we were set at 15% as far as our target for our fund balance. We set a minimum of that at 15. What was the reason the board changed it from 15 to 20? Because I know the local government commission says your target should be 8%. So I'm probably got something to do with our credit rating, I'm assuming, is why we're at 15 and then we moved it to 20.
I can go back and pull that data for you, what the specific recommendation was from our finance officer at that time.
I was just, someone on the board may not, just curious, when we keep increasing it, is there?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I mean, feel free to answer. I'm just trying to help understand.
Mr. Davis.
Some back information on it, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
First of all, local government commission does not give us a recommendation. Everybody thinks it's 8%, but they really don't give one. But the reason we looked at that 2 or 3 years ago was that 15% was only 2 months worth of spending. The board at that time voted and decided 2 months wasn't enough of cushion, and so we moved it to, it's more like 2.5 months, 3 months now. And still, we're on the lower end of where other counties are in the state, as we heard in our presentation from Davenport with our fund balance, a few weeks back. So it was done at the necessity of feeling like we needed more than a 2-month cushion.
Because you mentioned also our budget's increased, so it needs to
Yes,
increase
sir.
likewise to. Okay.
Correct.
I'm just trying to understand.
I understand.
On that part.
Sure.
Now, if I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, but Davenport also indicated that if we increased our fund balance percent, that it would not raise our credit rating because it was more factors involved other than just that. Is that correct?
You want me to answer, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Okay. They did not say it quite like you said. They said it automatically will not do it. It would be a portion of consideration, but it doesn't automatically do it because there are so many other things in raising your credit rating involved in it than just fund balance. It helps, but it's not the cure-all.
Does the finance director wish to make any comment on that? Okay. Other questions, discussion? Commissioner Davis.
I think one more, Commissioner Howell, point to make is that we learned during Floyd that we actually spent 67% of the county's fund balance to get us through that natural disaster. So that gives you an idea of what can happen and what your need could be for fund balance.
Other questions or discussion? Commissioner Belfield.
I was looking at outside agency funding.
No, sir, we're not there yet. We're not.
Okay.
We're not there yet.
All right.
You can hold that till we get to that section, if you would, Commissioner Belfield.
Okay.
Do you have a question on this section? We're talking about fund balance. Any other questions or discussion on this section? Commissioner Howell.
Just a comment, sir. I think we're kind of in a position now, I think the manager has worked hard to cut some of this and trim some of it, but I think that with everything that's going on and the purchases that we've already agreed to, the expansion of the senior center, the obligation on the church for the recreational center, the consolidation of the clinic being moved to Rocky Mountain, the funding's there for those projects. I mean, I feel like we're going to have to dip in that sum, or either she's going to have to cut so much that we're going to impede our services that we're offering to our citizens. So at what level that is, I'm not there yet, but I think we're going to have to dip into it to be able to continue the services going into fiscal year 26.
Other discussion or questions? I would comment, I believe when you go back and look at the revenue stream, I think we'll all see that it has increased based on revaluation, so that's more there than before. All right, anything else that we need to discuss on this section? Anything that sounds like the concern is with the fund balance and the use of fund balance? We've got 31.2%. We're using some portion of it. I recall from the budget meetings that we had that there didn't seem to be any objection to using the fund balance, even to the point of going down to the 20%. So I would leave you with that. And Madam Manager, you can move on to the next section.
The next item that I wanted to discuss with the board is the budgeted revenue collection rate. In our revenue assumptions in this budget, we use a % of our collection rate. Nash County has historically used a collection rate of 97.5%. This slide just shows some other counties' budget as how they budget their collection rate to balance their annual budget. Shown here are 35 North Carolina counties, including Nash County. And Other more economically challenged counties do establish lower collection rates. For example, Hyde and Terrell are at 96.38 and 96.5. And our neighbors, such as Edgecombe County, estimates a collection rate at 96% and Northampton at 95%. And some counties simply budget revenues at what their collection rate was in the previous year, as seen on the previous slide, as well as some budget at 100% of ad valorem taxes. This slide here shows our actual collection rates for the last 10 years. For each 1% of property tax collected, it generates $710,544. Therefore, adding 0.5% to the projected revenue would add $355,272. And staff are recommending that we set our collection rate at 98%, up 0.5%. For this year's upcoming budget.
Before I call for questions or discussion, I was thinking that a penny on the property tax rate was a little over $1 million. Seems like I recall seeing that in the Davenport report. Does anyone recall that?
I don't think we're talking apples to apples.
I think the distinction is a penny on the tax rate versus a 1% increase in the collection rate.
Okay, all right. All right, open it up for questions and discussion. I guess the question is moving from 97.5 to 98. Would that be the question?
Correct.
Okay, open it up for questions, discussion. Commissioner Davis?
I have made it clear all along, I'm very much opposed to this recommendation. We have had a very, very long-standing 97.5%. It would add only $55,000. I think it speaks very well of Nash County to maintain standards that we have used for many years and to start moving it upward. And you see, we actually did go down a little bit this year, and depending on what the economy does is what it's going to be moving forward, but we always need a little collection, a little cushion on revenues projections. And I would beg the board to support leaving it like it is at 97.5 to the extent that I'd have a lot of problem with the overall budget if we indeed increase projection of this tax rate.
Other questions or discussion? Commissioner Howard.
So if we keep our collection rate at the same, how do we account for those additional funds, and what do we do with those additional funds?
You directing that to the manager?
To anyone, yes. Because we're correcting, for the last several years, we've been collecting, well, the lowest we've been is 98.3 in 2015, and it's increased every year since. So we're collecting the funds, so why wouldn't we decide how that's being spent in our budget season instead of the extra funds that's being sitting there? Or are we looking at creating a different account to put that money in to do something with it for a project in the future? Or?
It just ends up growing your fund balance.
Other questions, discussion?
Could I respond to?
Commissioner Davis?
Mr. Howell, what you're doing is, as the manager said, you're putting in fund balance. And fund balance, as you see, we're going to project to spend 52% of it above what we can spend this year, so it goes into certainly very worthwhile projects moving forward when we use fund balance appropriations for non-recurring expenses. That's the purpose of it. And plus you got that cushion should the economy drop, that you don't have an over-projection of revenue if indeed it should drop to the 97.5 collection rate. But it doesn't go away. You use it for others. You pick and choose other things moving forward to spend it on, which is what we're doing this year in a very big way.
One thing,
Commissioner
yes,
Howell?
thank you, sir. One thing for clarification, just to help new guy here, so just still trying to figure this out. But in our projections or our calculations, do we do anything with the increase in the permits that's being pulled and new residents coming in? Or are we basing everything off last year's residents?
No, I can get Marion to get with the board about how she calculates those estimates moving forward, but it's based, it takes our growth into consideration.
Okay, so is that not a cushion that's built in automatically, that we have that to fall back on also? Those extra ones that's growing in there, so or do you calculate that in the projections for our revenue increase as well?
Right, there will be more growth than what we are projecting. Is that what you're asking?
So it gives us a cushion?
Correct.
Okay, that's what, okay, thank you.
Other questions or discussion? Commissioner Harrison?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would go along with the recommendation of the staff of setting it at 98.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. Other questions or discussion? All right, we're looking consensus. We're not looking a motion. We're just looking a consensus of the board. So directed to the attorney, I'm going to call for a consensus of the board on raising from 97.5 to 98.
That's fine, it's not a vote, obviously.
That's exactly correct. All right, that's the question before the board. I'm looking consensus. All in favor of that, raise your right hand. All against, raise your right hand. Motion passes 4-3.
Well, it's not a
I'm sorry, the consensus passes 4-3.
It's not binding, I mean, it would not be binding either.
We're looking consensus today to give our manager direction to establish a budget. We just voted to consensus, it's 4-3, that you can raise that to 98%.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next item, and
Thank
that's
you.
our outside agency funding. Presented here is the same outside agency funding recommendation that was presented at the April 16th budget work session. And we are looking for consensus from the board on this recommendation.
All right, you've heard the thoughts from the manager. Any discussion or questions?
Yeah.
Commissioner Bellfield.
I'm looking there, I see one here where we're funding, I guess that's Hispanic. It's a Wilson Educational Equity.
Which one are you looking at, Mr. Bellfield?
Wilson.
Are you looking at Casa Azul de Wilson?
Yeah.
Okay.
They asked for 24,000 and you're recommending 10,000. Why are we funding an agency out of Wilson County?
Mr. Belfield, we have a committee that was established to make a recommendation on our outside agency applications, and those were reviewed with the board at the April 16th meeting. We have a matrix that they use with the criteria. That is something that we have already established that we'll be bringing back to the board for you all to review and make changes to before this process begins again for next year. But this is the recommendation from the committee.
Well, it's one I don't agree with. And I was looking here at the Spalding, how deeply you cut them, for what reason?
I do recall from the presentation that was given to you on the 16th that there was only a small portion of their budget that qualified to be able to be funded through our program.
I didn't get that.
There was only a small portion of their budget that qualified to be funded through our program based on our criteria.
Only a small portion of their budget. Okay.
I believe the majority of their request was for their general
What-
operations,
what
and we fund
portion of-
programs.
What portion of their budget qualified for our funding? That we cut it that deep?
What we fund is programs, and the majority of their request was for their ongoing operations.
Well.
Other questions or discussion? Commissioner Leggett?
I would support what was recommended for outside agency funding, just because there was an agreed-upon criteria. The recommendations were based on that criteria. You know, if there's commissioners that maybe want to see that revised, I think that would be a positive discussion for another year. Also, just to respond to Commissioner Belfield, he mentioned the Casa Azul de Wilson. This is an unduplicated program in any other agency or program listed on the chart. And I believe they're not the only out-of-county agency that provides programming in Nash County. Thank you.
Other
Mr. Chairman.
questions? Commissioner Wilkins?
I will say again what I said at the budget retreat. Casa Azul de Wilson only serves the Hispanic and Latinx community. It is on their website. It is on the Secretary of State's, the application they submitted to the Secretary of State. We, as a government entity, should not be funding an agency that does not serve all races and ethnicities. And furthermore, it doesn't matter what the committee submitted. Yes, I thank them for their work, but when they submit something to this board, has the power, the opportunity to change that. And that's what I don't understand. I am sick and tired of hearing that the committee made a decision and we have to stand by it. We do not have to stand by it. The members on this board are beholden to the Nash County taxpayers, and you want to send $10,000 to Casa Azul in Wilson when you're only giving Spalding $3,000, when you're only giving the Wright Center $5,000, when you're only giving Communities in School, who serves our children who are at risk of dropping out and having a hard time. You only want to give them $7,500, but you want to give Casa Azul $10,000. I will not vote for this budget as long as Casa Azul is in there, and I ask for my fellow commissioners to consider removing that agency from outside funding.
Other discussion or questions? Commissioner Howard?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question. So I'm kind of used to, do we do contracts or legal agreements with all these outside agencies
We do have agreements with them.
to support this? Okay. And that's, we do that every year?
We do, and we've got a mid-year check that our finance office staff do with the agencies to see how they're progressing with the goals of the programs that we're funding.
And this is an ask, just kind of going forward, so that I think me and the other commissioner may can see more. Is there any way in the future we maybe could see that?
We can do
That
that.
would help clarify, I think, maybe some of what their services are being offered, what they do,
Sure.
what they don't do. And then that way, if there's some clarification or questions, then it's not here at the last minute when we're trying to make a budget decision. That might bring some clarity to everyone.
Sure.
Thank you, ma'am.
Other questions or discussion? Commissioner Harrington?
Well, I agree with Commissioner Leggett and some with Commissioner Wilkins. Basically, we gave our committee a set of criteria, and everybody that sent in an application decided to send an application in based on that criteria. And right now, if we change that criteria, it means that, well, some of them have put a lot of work in for nothing. So I pretty much on the basis of principle that we stick with the criteria that we had this year, and that we had a committee that followed the criteria, even though I don't agree with all the selections that they made with the various agencies. And I agree with Ms. Wilkins, yes, we can undo whatever the committee decided, but I think we need to go back next year and revisit. Each commissioner need to look at the criteria and everything that we would like when it comes to funding a nonprofit outside agency. But this year, we have already put that wheel into motion, and this is the recommendation that we have. So I would support the committee's recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Other questions or discussion? Commissioner Davis?
I would just, I think I made it known that I would ditto what Mr. Arrington and Commissioner Leggett have already said. I do have some issues with some of the criteria that I'd like to work on for next year, but I think the committee has done what we asked them to do.
Other questions or discussion? I have a brief comment on this. As a board, we established a committee to evaluate and prioritize funding requests from nonprofit agencies. We gave that committee clear guidelines and a defined budget to work within. The committee took their task seriously, followed the framework we provided, and presented a recommendation that reflects the criteria we set. While I understand that concerns have been raised about one particular agency, specifically that is located outside of Nash County and may serve only a limited number of our residents, it is important to recognize that this organization was funded in our previous budget. More importantly, it met the criteria we outlined, and based on that, the committee included it in their recommendation. I believe we have a responsibility to respect the process this board put in place. If we now choose to override those recommendations, we risk undermining the work of the very committee we appointed and the standards we asked them to follow. If there is consensus that the criteria needs to be adjusted going forward, for example, to give more weight to physical locational service area, that is something we can and should revisit in advance of next year's process. For this year, I support honoring the committee's recommendation and moving forward accordingly, as I've heard from Commissioner Davis and Commissioner Arrington, and I believe Commissioner Leggett. So is there any further discussion or comments on this matter before I call for consensus?
Yeah,
Commissioner Belfield?
I just think that in reviewing this, that maybe the committee, with some of the commissioners were concerned, maybe the committee would go back and take another look at the recommendations that they made.
Thank you for your input, Mr. Belfield, Commissioner Belfield. Any other questions or discussion? All right, all in favor of the consensus that we move forward with the nonprofit funding as presented, raise your right hand. All opposed, raise your right hand. You got the vote, Madam Clerk?
Okay, the next item. Thank you. The next item that we're going to talk about are positions. I've provided a screenshot here of the position spreadsheet in the format that you've seen in this budget season, and I will summarize here on this next slide. The positions that we currently have funded in the budget are as followed. The IT specialist for DSS, it's a critical need for the number of staff and specialized systems and platforms that are utilized. The position would be funded through DSS and managed through our IT department. The county should be able to collect approximately 50% reimbursement through our social services funding formulas. The coordinator for health services would be located in the health department. They have been without this position for a couple of years, and now with the onboarding of the peer support specialist through the opioid settlement program, a supervisory role is needed to complete this health services team. Half of the funding for the will come from the opioid settlement and will be providing direct services to our citizens. The finance specialist is needed to ensure that we continue to improve and modernize our finance office. With additional personnel, we'll be able to do a better job of tracking all county contracts and assets while implementing biweekly payrolls and transitioning to the electronic timesheet. In addition, we need a recreation program supervisor that will assist with the ever-growing Parks and Recreation Department. This past soccer season saw record-breaking numbers of over 700 participants. The addition of Miracle Park at Coopers and the enhanced programming across the county make this a critical need. And then the next couple of items there, you will see that it's a loss of grant. We have experienced the loss of grant funds in 2 areas, in senior services and the farmers market, totaling just under $25,000 for both. The bulk being for our senior services supervisor, which is a critical role supervising services such as home-delivered meals, transportation, in-home aid, and caregiver services. And we're also requesting funding for some part-time staff to supplement our building safety and security staff to ensure continuity of service when staff are at trainings or on vacations, and to assist with after-hour programs. And then the last 2 items that are on your list are for reclasses that are more than 2 grades. Each of those are for 4 grades, and the total for the pay adjustments is just over $8,000.
Okay, you've heard the recommendation. Any questions or discussion? Questions or discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Wilkins.
I honestly would like to know what happened to the positions the sheriff's office requested. I don't see those in here. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. No, ma'am. We did remove those. We've had a number of cycles of coming to the table and working through positions, and at the last round, I think we had 2 corporals left in the detention center, and because of the vacancies that they still have in the detention center, made the decision to go ahead and pull those 2 positions, knowing that they still have some bandwidth trying to fill positions.
Well, according to the sheriff's email, May 14th, it seems like they have people lined up to take those positions, does he not? And that, I'm afraid, with the deputies he's asking for, the detention officers he's asking for, he has people lined up for those that are graduating BLET or whatever, and they will seek employment somewhere else if we can't give him at least 1 or 2 of those positions.
So again, the last ones that we had that we were looking at were in the detention center, where there are still a number of vacancies.
But this is what I'm saying. If he has, according to his email, he has graduates getting ready to leave BLET. He can't offer them those positions if we don't give them to him. So are you saying that you can't give him the detention officer positions?
So we've been working through the requests that came back through the budget process. I've not done anything to address the email that he sent to the board. You all may do with that as you please.
Yeah, I just see, there's an increase in calls, like 1,600 calls from 24 to 25, and then you've got I believe there are 10 to 12 new areas or roads that they are patrolling as well. And so, and this isn't detention, I'm talking regular patrol deputies, but just some concern there, and I'm not happy with that, so thank you.
Other questions or discussion? Commissioner Howell?
I'd just like to second the concern for public safety. As Commissioner Wilkins just mentioned, the calls for service are up 24%, cases investigated are up 27%, civil papers served is up 9%, inmates being booked at the jail are up 12%, and of course the one that I'm really not sure everybody really knows the great impact of this, but the mental transports that are being conducted are up 25%. And just so everybody's aware, the way that works, when they get a mental transport, a lot of times it takes 2 officers, and they're required by law to transport them. And the transportation to the facility depends on where there's a bed available. So it can be anywhere from Raleigh all the way to Asheville. So we're taking these officers off the road and required by law. I think there's currently some legislature that are looking at to actually try to get some funding back to the counties to help offset this because of the impact that it has on them. And I guess just in conversations with the sheriff, he does his a little different, I think, than some of the other departments in the county does. I know like with EMS, we've been looking at it, and they're staffed up now pretty close, but they still got some in training. The sheriff looks at his and doesn't actually classify the positions from my conversations with him until they complete all the training and they've been released from their training officer and are free and clear on the road. But to Ms. Wilkins' point here, the email did indicate that the positions that he had on patrol side are all either filled or either they're in training BLET to be filled as once the training's complete. And another fact I'd just like to share, I checked into, a lot of you are aware of the situation that came up a few weeks ago when we had an officer injured. In response, we also had a child abduction at the same time. And we actually, first on the scene, thank goodness, was officers from the Spring Hope Police Department that assisted. But so far since January this year, we've had 247 assists from other law enforcement agencies in our county to help our sheriff's department because the number of calls are increasing. So we definitely, as the county continues to grow, permits are up 35%. Our revenue is growing because the county is growing. One of our basic services for the county is to provide public safety. So I please urge everyone to consider that and support putting those positions back in to be able to support the security of the citizens in Nash County.
Other questions or discussion?
Chairman.
Commissioner Leggett?
I'd like to echo Commissioner Wilkins and Howell's concerns for not funding the sheriff's funding request. Do you know how much those positions specifically would cost the county?
Which ones?
Well, you said that the corporals for detention, that was removed.
$97,000 per position per year would be the total cost, including benefits.
Okay, thank you.
You done?
Yes,
Commissioner
thank
Leggett?
you.
Other questions, discussion? All right, so you've got a recommendation from the manager. Is there some adjustment to that recommendation that a commissioner would like to make for us to get consensus? Commissioner Wilkins?
I would like to make an adjustment in the sheriff's department or sheriff's office request for the detention officers and at least 2 patrol deputies.
Now, when you say detention officers, that is for the section of the
Detention.
jail that's not yet open.
No,
Oh, okay, clarify that for me then.
it's the detention officers where they are now. Well, it may be the one not open. I'm not sure, but I know he needs 2.
Okay. So you're recommending that 2 sheriff's office positions be
Yes.
included? Other discussion, questions on that? Commissioner Davis?
Mr. Chairman, I thought what we were doing is taking a consensus vote on what we're presented today, not changing what we're presented today, because it's going to get awful complex if we start doing that.
No, sir, we just changed we just gave the manager consensus to increase the tax collection rate to 98% as far as available revenue. So that's one thing we just did. What we're trying to do today is we're looking at what's being recommended, and we're getting input from this board for consensus. So if she goes away today with what she's presented, then she's going to come back the next time with exactly what she's presented today. This board, there's members of this board that wish to add 2 positions in the sheriff's office to this position allocation. Is that correct?
2 detention officers.
Is that, Commissioner Howell?
Mr. Chairman, I think I have the floor.
Go ahead, sir.
You spoke about the 98%. That was her recommendation. We took a consensus vote on that.
Yes, sir.
And the consensus vote was 4-3 to keep her recommendation.
98%.
98%, that
That's
is
correct.
correct. We didn't change anything.
That's correct.
Okay. But what we're doing here is beginning to alter what we're presenting. I would feel more comfortable taking a straight vote, ever how it turns out, to vote on what she's recommending here. And of course, give her feedback on what they want to see. But if we're going to start moving stuff around, it's going to be very hard to keep up with where we are, to be able to know whether to do moving forward.
So Commissioner Davis, would you want to take a consensus on what she's presented? And then if that passes, we move on. If it does not pass, then we ask for a recommendation from the board.
I was only trying to follow the instructions we were given up front, which was to take a consensus vote on what we were.
What we're trying to do today, Commissioner Davis, is we're trying to be totally transparent with the public, and in doing that, she's making a recommendation. There's input from this board to change that recommendation, so we can do it any way this board wants to do it. All I want to do is walk out of here today with a clear budget recommendation to this manager for our next meeting. So we've got a recommendation before you for these positions.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to get a consensus on these positions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We've got the positions that the manager has presented. What's the consensus? All in favor of what the manager's recommended, raise your right hand. All opposed, raise your right hand. What's the recommendation from the board? 2 additional.
Detention officers and 2 patrol deputies.
Madam Manager, if you'd add that in, please.
Is that what it
Any
was?
further discussion on that? Commissioner Howard?
Yes, sir, Commissioner. Chairman Davis, I'm sorry. Chairman Howell, I'm sorry. I think also, maybe perhaps the county manager could just revisit with the sheriff on this. I think detention officers, but also I think patrol officers is the concern as well, since all those positions have been filled, to make sure we adjust for the increase in growth in the number of calls.
It's my understanding at this point in time that the ad is for the 2 detention corporals that we last removed and 2 patrol deputies.
Yes. I believe he asked for 3. I'm trying to compromise here. Yeah, 3 new deputy positions, yeah, but
He asked for 3 corporals, Commissioner Wilkins.
Commissioner Howell?
And then one more thing for clarification. I know we've got additional finance specialist on here.
Correct.
Is that in addition to the financial person that we approved earlier this year?
It is.
And then with us looking at going to the electronic timekeeping and other things that's going to remove labor from that department, can you expand on the basis for that, just out of curiosity?
Well, for one, we hadn't expanded that department for a number of years. So we have every employee in that department that is over capacity for their job duties. We have things that have been lacking as we have grown. The county has grown and expanded over the years. So I think I mentioned contract services and making sure that we're keeping up with contracts in all of our departments and asset tracking and things like that. There's some areas that we need to do a better job with. So that, along with moving to the bi-monthly payroll, 2 payrolls a month, and the electronic timesheet, yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Chairman.
Ready to move on?
Yeah.
Commissioner Belfield?
In budget meetings, and the sheriff made a presentation about the jailers' positions they fill. Those 2 positions we were talking about are patrol. I thought you said those are already filled. What about the jail staff?
Commissioner Wilkins has suggested the addition of 2 corporals in the jail and 2 patrol deputies.
I believe we said, Mr. Belfield, when that section of the jail opened up and additional people were needed, if it's during this budget year, we would deal with it at that time. I believe that's my recollection. Do you recall, Commissioner Davis?
That is a recommendation. That was what we decided to do with the new area.
Right.
If needed, that's correct.
Yeah, and I think that's what Commissioner Bellfield's referring to. Go ahead.
I'm really confused because Commissioner Wilkins is using the word detention officers. We still have vacancies in detention officers. The manager is referring to corporals. So I'd like clarity on which one it is we're talking about. And my other issue is, I don't think we've heard anything about adding road deputies up until the email we got last week, which it's pretty late in the game to be getting an ask from a department head to add employees at this point. The goal was to try to get all positions filled, and it looks like indeed he has filled them, or got potential to fill them with what he's got in there. But I really have concern with the late ask, and we are well into the budget season and trying to balance the budget that we are struggling with. Is my 3 cent worth on that item. But I do want clarity on what the jail, what we're talking about putting in the jail.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Wilkins?
I don't have it in front of me, but he had said in 3 new deputy positions in the email that was sent to us May 14th.
Correct.
And on a previous spread, it had 2 corporals. Yeah, that's right, detention corporals, so my mistake. It's 2 detention corporals, and he had asked for 3 deputies. 3 new deputies. And let me just say, nothing against you, Commissioner Davis, but the Sheriff's Department, we get the reports every day. We see what's going on and whatnot. And like I said, when these recruits, when they graduate from BLET, if we don't grab them, someone else is. And crime has increased, and I just feel like this is one way to give the sheriff and the citizens of Nash County the peace of mind that they need.
I would like to clarify, our deputy county manager did share an even earlier spreadsheet. So I think in total, the sheriff's initial request that came through the budget process and to our Human Resources Department was possibly a total of about 6 positions altogether, but he does have 2 senior deputies for patrol in his very initial request to the county.
And
A total of 9, 6 sworn, 3 detention.
Total of 9 positions was what we received initially from the sheriff.
We wouldn't have seen that necessarily.
Right.
Okay, all right.
Well, in your first small work session, it's on that sheet.
And the 2 sworn deputies, they've got 4 shifts, and 2 shifts are short 1 position. Each shift is not staffed the same. So the 2 senior deputies he asked for was so he had the same amount of deputies on each of his 4 shifts.
As long as it's clear what our next consensus vote on is all I'm asking for.
I think the vote was to add 2 positions to the sheriff's office. Are they detention corporals?
2 detention corporals was what was recommended.
And we have
And
taken
then-
consensus on that.
And two patrols. He had asked for 3, but
So what is the recommendation? We voted on the 2.
2 patrol.
2 patrols.
And 2 detention corporals.
No, it was,
Was that the recommendation? Okay, I'm sorry.
We hadn't voted on the 2 corporals yet.
no, it was just for 2 positions.
Okay,
I thought we voted for the whole thing.
okay, we can do that. So what have we voted on? The 2 detention?
No, sir.
I don't believe
I
you,
thought
Mr.
we
Davis,
voted on the whole
Let me direct
thing.
my questions to the manager and the clerk.
I don't
What have we
believe
voted on, Madam Clerk?
He said, Madam Clerk.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do then. We'll just back up. You're talking 2 detention corporals, and what are the other 2?
2 2 patrol
patrol.
and 2 detention corporals.
All right, what's the consensus on the 2, adding the 2 detention corporals?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Belfield has stepped away, and I feel his vote would be needed.
Okay. Then we'll pause for Mr. Belfield.
And could you just clarify, because I thought we had already voted on it. I thought we took the
I thought we voted on
consensus.
the detention corporals.
Mr. Chairman, it was my understanding that we voted on the 2 detention corporals and the 2 patrol deputies.
So we voted on all 4,
Yes,
Yes,
we did.
and the vote was 6-1?
yes.
Okay, moving on. Any other questions or discussion on positions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yep. Commissioner Davis?
my understanding is what we voted on, the only vote that we've had on this item was what the manager presented, and it was 6-1, not in favor of what the manager presented. We hadn't taken any vote on anything other than what the manager presented, is the way where I think we are.
Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
I believe he's correct.
Okay, then let's vote on the 4 positions for the sheriff's office that has been recommended by the board. And restate what those 4 positions are, Commissioner Wilkins.
2 detention corporals and 2 patrol deputies.
2 detention corporals and 2 patrol deputies. Did
Yes.
you have a comment, Ms. Leggett? Commissioner Leggett?
Just a point of clarification, that we're not actually voting
No.
on anything today. We're just
Gaining consensus.
gaining consensus
That's
and
correct.
agreeing that this is what we would like to see.
Once again, that's what we're trying to do, gain consensus. And I know this is painful. It's painful for me, just as it is for you. But you know what? Today's the 19th of May, and I've got a lot on my calendar between now and the end of June. But if we have to meet every other day, 3 times a week, whatever it takes, then we'll get it done by June the 30th. So you've heard the recommendation. What is the consensus of the board? All in favor of that recommendation, raise your right hand. All opposed, raise your right hand.
I would like to be counted as a yes vote, is where my hand was. I'm not sure if you
Okay,
picked it up.
so you are yes vote for the 4 positions?
I'm a yes vote for the 4th position. My whole issue is the process we're doing now, but that's another matter.
Well, you know what, Mr. Davis, that's the
Just please move
process we're in. Commissioner Davis, that's the process we're in, and I'll just give you some breaking news today. Next year, when you go through this process, I will not be sitting in this chair. I will turn this over to someone else that wishes to manage this responsibility. Moving on, Manager.
The next item that we're going to address is the COLA, the cost of living adjustment, and the merit program. The cost of living adjustment implementation is July 1 at 2.5%. That is what is currently in the budget, for a total of $1,425,000. The merit program funded at 1.5% for the full year, with implementation January 1, 2026. So that 1.5% will compound to become 3%. What that will look like for our sheriff's office rank and pay staff is in July, a 2.5% increase, and in January, a 3% increase, for a total of 5.5%. For the merit program, we will have our evaluation system circle back around again in the fall, and our HR director will be able to assess those that are at the meets and those that are at the exceed standards to determine what those percentages will look like for our merit system. But currently in the budget, we have that 1.5% at $855,000 budgeted. Base salaries for this salary schedule will increase by the 2.5%. And again, the rank and pay salaries will increase incrementally in July and January to the total of 5.5%. and that is the recommendation for the COLA and merit program for FY '26.
Any questions or discussion from the board on this item? Commissioner Howell.
Just to make sure I understand it correctly, so we're going to do the COLA's good, I got you on that, I get that. The merit, so we're doing a 3% basically merit raise, but we're going to do it mid-year, so the impact's going to be 1.5% financially for that year. But going forward, years after that, we're looking at, it's going to be like $1,710,000, which would be double that going forward in each year's budget, right?
We have run the numbers. Do you want to speak to that? Please. Mr. Kerrigan and Mr. Boone have been collaborating for...
I get it can probably fluctuate a little bit based on who gets what.
That's right. And what we established those percentages at.
So I don't have all of that data here, but when we met in the smaller groups, there was a great concern and valid one that when you have multiple raises in the year, or any time you increase the salary, that it might put you out of balance. You're going to bite off more than you can chew, if you will. That it looks fine in this current fiscal year, but it's going to have a greater or negative impact in the subsequent fiscal years. But the way it would be designed in that is that there's already a great cushion. So I did the numbers to look at if we did that same sort of allocation over the next 3 years, so that it would not just be one fiscal year where you had half of it affected, but to show it that way. And I then reviewed that with the deputy manager as well to get his confirmation on it. And the way it would be structured is that we would, of course, the COLA is a set amount. The merit, no matter what you decide to do, is always going to be based on as budget allows. So even with what is put in place this year, you would always have that to look at in the next fiscal year. So what you would be recommending this year and what we would act upon would not mean in perpetuity in every other year. But with this understanding, it would still be financially feasible.
Other questions, discussion? Commissioner Davis?
I can't comprehend what you just said, Tim, because once you give a person a merit increase, you're not going to take it away the next year. You're going to continue to pay that that new salary every year from that point on. But I understand it won't be a fixed number because they'll be falling in all during the year. But what you just said, it seemed like you were going to take it back away from them, and I know that's not what you mean.
No, certainly, no, sir. Certainly not taking it back away from them. But what will happen is we're going through the first evaluation schedule now with no merit included in that. The second evaluation comes back with merit attached. And then it would be an annual cycle going forward. The COLA would be a set number. The merit would be based off of a dollar amount that you approve each year, and then the percentages that are allotted to the award amount, meaning that you would get, if you do not meet expectations, you would have a probationary period until you met standards, and then you would have a bulk of the employees who are meeting the standard. And then you would have some employees who are exceeding the standard, and they would get a higher percentage. But we cannot get that at a high percentage so that it throws us out of balance with our budget. So those numbers might not be as, the way those are allocated, whether it be 2% or 3.5%, that's where the numbers make out the difference.
But we understand it's going to only cost us half this year because it's not going to go into effect, because it's the second time and it starts in January when they start getting more money. But moving forward, whatever they get in January, it's going to cost you double that in each year after that.
So you're setting a hourly rate?
Yes, sir.
that changes, you're right, in July, and then a different hourly rate in January. So that January rate would then fall into the first 6 months of the next fiscal year.
Correct.
And what I had done to do that is put it on a spreadsheet and show if you had, let's say, 65% of people meeting standard and so forth, and then did that same allocation over a 3-year period, and then totaled it to see where it was. So if we were to allocate the same percentage in the next 2 fiscal years, then we looked to see if it would have a negative impact, and we were still not spending all of the dollars that were allocated. I kept a cushion there with the understanding that sometimes people have the difficulty in telling people that they're not doing the job that they think they are. So there still is a little bit of a cushion in there as well. So I've tried to take in all of the concerns that each of you raised in the small meetings and applied that to it, just to make sure that we would be safe.
The only other thing I would add to what Tim said, Commissioner Davis, is we recognize that we fully fund every position, and we'll have vacancies over the year. There will also be attrition.
Right.
Employees will cycle out.
Understand.
So that also helps us. But Tim used the word, he left a cushion. We do not anticipate fully allocating whatever budget is set. So we've got a number of ways to manage that cost so that that compounding effect does not become problematic year over year.
I'm good. I got it. Just what you said, that one thing.
Yeah, I just thought I would try to say it a little bit more succinctly.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Other questions, discussion?
Thank you all.
So we good with the recommendation of the manager on COLA and merit? Okay, Madam Manager, moving on.
So we did that by consensus. Everybody agreed to it already?
Nobody disagreed to it, that's consensus. You want me to take a vote on that?
No, I'm just trying to keep up.
Okay, stay with me, we'll move along quickly. Go ahead, Manager.
Okay, so the next item is the capital improvement items, the CIP. I've provided screenshots here, the way the materials have been shown, just to be consistent with things that you've seen in the past. And remembering that the items that are highlighted in yellow are our vehicle items. And move through those 3 slides down to the total here for our CIP adjustment. And we've got some items here outlined for you that have been removed from the CIP. We have a number of items that are either being funded through another funding source. We've gotten some, I think it was the CDBG, the CV program that we're using for a number of items in our EMS area. And then really the unfunded items that are here in this list that we don't have another funding source are your security enhancements for the second floor, the public safety needs study, the EM and fire vehicle, we're still assessing that, and the $200,000 that was on that list for the EMS station design. Those are the items that have been removed from the CIP plan. And then one-time operational expenses, we presented this to you at the April 16th meeting. We adjusted one-time expenses in the operational budgets that took the total from $493,910 to $352,960 by removing the following: the sheriff's app, the SRT equipment, we reduced that from $20,000 to $10,000. Removed Parks and Recreation trash cans, sod cutter, recreation youth tackle equipment. We're going to focus on sponsorships for that equipment. Benches at the soccer fields reduced by half from $16,000 to $8,000. We'll do those incrementally. And then also reduced on this second half of the page there was from public buildings, removing HVAC. I think we're taking care of that through another source. Human Resources Laserfish, we spoke with Tim about that and felt like that 60,000 could be reduced to 30, for a total reduction of $140,950 in our one-time expenses in our operational budgets.
Questions or discussion? Any questions or discussion? Commissioner Howell?
I'm just trying to understand. So I guess help me understand what the difference is between a capital improvement project and repair and maintenance, and what thresholds set that apart. Is there a certain dollar amount?
Where are you looking at repair and maintenance?
Well, I mean, so removing hazardous trees on the capital improvement items, $7,500, wouldn't that be a service? Shouldn't that fall under repair and maintenance? And if we're doing replacements on like radios or replacements on ballistic vests, wouldn't that be repair and maintenance versus a capital improvement project? I was under the impression that a capital improvement project had to be something that was adding asset or value, increasing the value or extending the life. It's kind of like putting tires on the vehicle. That would be a repair or regular maintenance. Still
Nikki,
comes out
can
of
you
the
help
same
us
fund.
with definition of this? I'm thinking back to, conversations that we've had with Ms. Wood in the past about the price tag of the item,
And that could be, that's what I was,
Our
it might be
five-
a certain threshold.
our
that we set.
$5,000 threshold.
5,000 are typically things, to your point, we can depreciate. The anomaly, I think, in that list is where you mentioned the tree removal. That one probably is a little bit outside the norm, but most of the items would be 5,000 or more and items we can depreciate. And you mentioned radios. Again, you could purchase multiple radios, but they also will look at what is the cost of a singular item. So just because you buy them in bulk, but generally try to look at the cost of a single item.
If it's over 5,000, we're putting in a capital improvement.
That is correct.
For it. If it's under that, then we'll use it as operating expense.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's a number we can change. I don't think that's a hard and fast rule, because naturally, the lower you make that number, that means our fixed asset registry just becomes bigger and bigger, so it becomes, as it, use the expression, the juice worth the squeeze. But that is the internal policy we have set of $5,000.
And I was just looking at GAAP guidelines and recommendations. That's why I brought that up. And that's fine. Just clarification. And then one thing in particular, I did have one item in specific on here, a question about EMS. We've got 16 replaced expired ballistic vests. I was under the impression we replaced all 68 of those because they all expired January 31st of this year.
There were some additional spares we were, that wanted to develop, yes.
So we're building a
That is correct.
a strategic plan now to replace these on a regular basis going forward.
Correct.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Commissioner Davis?
The trees, did that stay in or did that come out?
It's currently in.
Currently in. I just want to make sure we don't take them trees out that we got wild.
No, we do want to take the trees out.
We do
need
want to take
money
the
to
trees
take the
out.
trees out.
You want the money to take the trees out, okay.
Right.
So we got money, we'll have money to take the trees out that we heard so much about last week.
Unless the board gives us different direction. Yes, sir.
I want to make sure I don't do that.
I think anybody went on the Arboretum tour, heard about the trees, and thankfully the money's in there. Commissioner Howell?
Just since he opened that camp, why do we have to even wait? If they're hazardous, which is indicated so in the line item request, why don't we go ahead and schedule to take them down? Because this has been an ongoing issue for a while.
We are working on the hazardous trees with current money. This is money for some additional trees that they want to remove as a,
Preventative.
being, right,
So we're
preventative
not holding
measure.
that one tree up that's in question until fiscal year changes, so we're moving forward to take care of that tree.
We're trying it every way we can to find the money we need to remove those trees and make sure we're all clear on what trees need to be removed.
I think it's 2 trees, Fred.
Okay.
Well, there's one for sure that was in dead. It's way
We're
gone.
definitely focusing on that one.
If you need a chainsaw, I got one. Won't charge the county anything.
I think there's some liability concerns, Commissioner Howell. We appreciate the offer.
All right, is there other questions or comments on this section from anyone? Any questions or comments? Commissioner Howard?
I just want to go back, could we just check into on what the school of government says and the generally accepted accounting practices or principles on how we do the repairs versus the capital improvements? No
Will do.
specific line item questions, just.
Right,
Can you
sure.
just get clarification on
Yeah.
that for me?
We will do that.
Any other questions? Is there any objection to what the manager has recommended for CIP and one-time operational expenditures? Anyone object to it? Okay, Madam Clerk, we have consensus on that.
Okay. The next item is Nash Community College operating expenses. The current FY '25 operating expenses is $2,899,521. For FY '26, the requested operating expenses is $3,152,902, an additional $253,381, an 8.7% increase. And I broke down from their request that they provided to the board the other evening where those increases are. And then their CIP is the next slide. Their current FY '25 CIP expenses are $290,000. This has been just kind of a standard that we've adopted the last several years that I'm aware of. Building and facility maintenance, they put $275,000 in that, and equipment requests, they put $15,000 in that. And then, as you are aware from the presentation the other evening, they provided the board with their year one request of a 7-year plan. That is on top of the $290,000 that they currently receive, and that request was in the amount of $417,534, and those are broken out here on this slide at a 244% increase overall. And what is currently in the budget, that as our budget sits today, is what they're currently being funded for operations and what they're currently being funded for CIP. No additional has been added to the budget as of yet.
Okay, open it up for questions or discussion. Commissioner Davis?
Clarity, the $128 million total expenditure does not have any addition in it for Nash Community College.
It does not. It has their base budget in it.
Thank you.
Other questions or discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wilkins?
so you're not recommending anything for Nash Community College?
I'm
Increase?
waiting to hear from the board.
Any comments regarding Nash Community College's budget?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Davis?
I think you could hopefully answer this question, Mr. Chairman. I felt the other night that there was some commitment that if we put this 417 in there, that it would be expected that we would do it 5 more times out of the next 6 years. Is that what you think we're doing, been on the board, or am I reading that differently?
I don't see us making a 7-year commitment today for this budget session. Let me tell you what Nash Community College did, because I do sit on that board.
Right.
They did what we asked them to do, and we've been asking them to do it.
Right.
Past Chairman Davis, I think you'll remember, for years, we've been asking way back to the Bill Carver days to give us a plan.
Right.
And so, guess what? They did it. They gave us a plan. And that plan calls for $417,000 the first year of a 7-year plan. Now, let me tell you a little bit about community college. I was very impressed with what they did the other night, not because I sit on that board. I'm going to hit some bullet points here that I thought they did the other night. They were thorough and transparent in their presentation. And that's a big word with me, transparency. The college presented a detailed professional request that included current needs and a 7-year capital outlay plan. This kind of foresight and planning deserves our trust and support. Number 2, county responsibility. As commissioners, we are obligated to maintain and preserve county-owned facilities. Supporting this budget is not generosity, it's fulfilling our duty to ensure safe, functional infrastructure for our citizens. 3, direct impact on Nash County citizens. Nash Community College plays a critical role in workforce development, adult education, and local economic growth. Funding their facilities is an investment in our people and local economy. Next, protects long-term assets. Timely maintenance presents costly emergency repairs later. Underfunding maintenance now leads to more expensive problems down the road. This budget helps us avoid that trap. Next, supports local industry needs. The college aligns its programs with local employer needs. This ensures our workforce is trained and ready. We can't ask them to produce results without providing the basic tools and environment. Next, good fiscal stewardship by the college. Their plan shows efficient use of funds and a long-range outlook. They're not just asking, they're showing us a roadmap which helps us budget responsibly over time. And finally, public confidence and perception. When we support well-justified requests like this, it signals to the public that we make informed decisions based on merit. So what I'm looking at this year is $417,000 to the community college, and next year we'll deal with the second year of their capital plan, which is a rolling plan, and it could change anyway. So that's my 2 cents worth on the community college. I leave it still open for comments and discussion. Any comments or discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I
Commissioner
just want to say everything you said is, I find correct, but I also find it with our public school system, and I'm just,
We're coming to that next.
I know we are, but I'm hesitant to even say whether I agree with this or not until I see that we're taking care of our public school system, because they are in dire need. Classified workers are in need, but I'll wait till we get to that. But
I'm sure we're going to have a healthy discussion
That's my
when we get
opinion.
to that section. Other questions or comments? Commissioner Davis.
If somebody else has got one, I'll wait until the end.
Excuse me,
If
Commissioner
somebody
Davis.
else has one, I'll wait till the end on the community college.
Okay. You're welcome to go ahead and communicate it now.
Do you know, Mr. Chairman, if the community college carries any type of fund balance?
Yes, sir, they carry a fund balance of $500,000, and that compared to the school system, I believe, is about $10 million. When we get to the school system, we'll talk about that. But my last recollection from Dr. Honeycutt was that their fund balance was around $500,000.
Well, just to comment on what I'm looking at here, the building and facility maintenance, $275,000. With the campus we got out there now, there's no doubt in my mind that we cannot maintain that at the rate of $275,000 a year. You will continually fall behind. It's going to take, the investment we got out there is going to require more ongoing maintenance than $275,000 a year, from my experience in knowing what things cost and doing that kind of work.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Other questions or comments? Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, and Commissioner Anderson and I have talked about this in the meeting recently, but I think we need to see more of this throughout departments in the county and also from the other organizations, that where we've got a long-term plan laid out, because things are going to get tighter as far as we continue to grow. At the rate of revenue is not going to keep up with the growth and the needs of the citizens in the county. So I think for us to be able to provide the services that our citizens expect and that they deserve, that we've got to have strategic planning for all of our departments. And I think that's something we need to consider as the Board of Commissioners is looking at, to have something like this for all of our departments, so it can be discussed prior to the budget time going forward, just to make it easier for everyone. But it makes it a lot easier when you've got this laid out. So I just want to thank them and encourage others to do the same.
Other questions or comments? I would, again, from my recollection, whatever we decide to do for the community college on these CIP items, they're all funded from fund balance. And my recollection from the beginning of this discussion was we've got available fund balance still above 20% of 6 million, around 6 million. And this is 417,000. Other questions or comments? Then my recommendation is that we fund these items. And I would ask for the board to take a stand on it. So all in favor of adding this $417,000 for the community college, indicate by raising your right hand. That looks like that's a unanimous vote, so you have your direction on that, Madam Manager.
Yes, Chairman, that was on the CIP. Can we go back to their operating
Yes.
request?
We can, please do.
Yes, so their operating request was for $3,152,902, 8.7% increase over current year expenses.
Did you look into their detailed budget where they gave explanation for every operational increase and see which are absolutely necessary to be funded? I mean, if it's related to some increase in retirement or something like that?
I did not do that. No, I did not do that. I mean, I do have their budget with me. I think all of you all received their budget the other evening.
I've not seen anything in there that I thought was unreasonable. But that's just me. I tell you what I do when I go to the community college, because I sit on that board. I am on that board, and I review that budget as a part of that board. I never vote on that budget at Nash Community College. My comment is always I recuse myself because I wait until I see what the county's budget looks like. That's when I make my decision as to whether or not I would support that. So I think I asked them this year, I said I would request that you give a detailed explanation for every operational increase and for all CIP expenses. And they've done that, and this has been provided to this board in advance of this meeting, pretty well in advance of this meeting. So, again, my recommendation is we fund the community college. Other comments, discussion on that?
Are we taking a consensus on that, sir?
Well, I'm looking for comments and discussion. Is there any? Well, what's the consensus of the board? If you're in favor of that, raise your right hand. Okay, so we don't have a consensus.
Sue raised hers.
Sue did. Then we got 4-4. Okay.
I'm still trying to catch up, Mr. Chairman. I didn't vote either way.
Okay.
But if you got your consensus, that's fine.
Well,
I just wanted to
sir, I
look
want
at
you,
it just a second.
my whole point here, whether you agree with this process or not, this puts the responsibility for this budget on this elected body. This manager is not elected. We hire this manager. It's our responsibility as elected officials to give her direction, and that's what we're trying to do today. So, do you wish to vote on that again, to get a consensus on that again?
No, you had your 4 votes, that's fine. I just hadn't studied that part.
Commissioner Arrington?
Oh, clarification, was that consensus vote on the 3.152?
That was for the operational expenses as submitted by the community college.
Right.
We had
That's on that.
previously voted on the CIP.
I know that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Can I get clarification on the vote for the operating that you just did a consensus on?
All right, the The recommendation is that we fund the operational expenses of the community college as submitted. All in favor, and raise your right hand for that consensus vote. So that's a 4-3 vote.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Manager?
And then the last item to discuss is the Nash County Public Schools operating expenses. Well, Nash County Public Schools, the first one we're going to talk about is their operating expenses. Their current operating expenses are $21,376,860. Additional operating expenses requested for FY26 are listed there. We had a request for classified supplement, anywhere from a 3% to a 5%. We had a request for a certified supplement, anywhere from a 1% to a 3%. And we had retention bonuses at $300,000 requested, and advanced teaching roles at $340,000 requested. Do you want me to move on to the CIP? Or you want to take care of the operating expenses?
Well, I've got it in my budget. Do the operational first.
Okay.
Just tell me where you are so I can catch up to you.
The Nash County Public Schools operating expenses slide. It's got their FY25 current operating expenses at the top of the slide at $21,376,860.
Slide 30.
30?
Slide 30.
30.
Sorry, mine aren't numbered.
Just lucky.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm good.
And they have an additional request for FY26 for classified supplements, anywhere from 3% to 5%, certified supplements 1% to 3%, retention bonuses at $300,000, and advanced teaching roles at $340,000.
Okay. So that's where I've got my information noted. So the first operational expense we should probably discuss would be classified supplements. Everybody okay with that?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Davis?
I'd like to make a recommendation that we fund the school system at the $21,376,860 that we approved for them last year as Nash County's current expense allotment to the school system.
Is that, so that's the current budget with no increase?
That is correct, sir.
The increase would simply be the reduction in their students that went to Edgecombe because we did not reduce when those students left.
Well, actually, you can make that statement, but that's probably not a true statement because we weren't paying but a very small portion of that anyway, because Edgecombe was paying the current expense. We were making up the gap, but we have not reduced the gap, which was up to about $350,000, $400,000 per, $400 per student. So there is a substantial amount of funds there. And looking at what we were able to do with our own employees and where we settled at, I just think that we need to continue to operate along the line that the employees that they're asking for additional money for are state responsibilities as well as the school system's responsibilities, and something that this board has never undertaken in the past to provide supplements to. We've always kept our supplements to the classroom teachers only. And this is a process I feel like we are really moving into territory that we will not be able to afford long-term or even the current year we are in. And it's just not something that is generally provided for by a county in North Carolina. Those are state funding requests, and it's in the state budget where they do get some raise. It's not what they're asking for. But in the proposed budget, out of the Senate, Commissioner Howell, did I send you the Senate budget?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There was a proposed raise in there for that. It's just uncharted territory that I feel like we can't afford to get into. And I also keep in mind the fund balance that they stated they had the other night, which I think was probably a low figure. It may be more than that. We don't know exactly, but certainly it's over $10 million.
So the recommendation is to fund the school system
Current expense
at what it is this year.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Belfield?
I got the impression that the superintendent said to the school bus drivers, they want to increase, you need to go to the commissioners and request. They didn't say how much, but per hour that they get. But did the committee put anything in there, consider their requests when they came up with the total budget here?
They have got it in their budget, Commissioner Belfield.
It's in there?
Yes.
Okay.
Not only for bus drivers, but for all classified. And we,
Yeah, I got the
to the best of
impression
my knowledge,
that they weren't gonna get anything unless they come to and request it from the Board of Commissioners. They said that he told them, go see the commissioners.
well, I don't know about that, but that's what they said.
Yeah. I don't believe they would have said it if he hadn't
Well, maybe.
suggested to. I don't believe they would have stood up here and said that, because that could have put them in jeopardy. Making a statement that the superintendent said something and they didn't.
Well, other questions or discussion? Commissioner Leggett?
I'd like just to ask for a little more clarification on that. So the classified employee supplement, that is not typically something that's done by counties?
To the best of my knowledge, this request has been made by the school system before, and it's been made by the community college before, and we've never funded a supplement. You may remember different than that. I don't ever remember us funding supplement for classified. We fund supplements for certified, and also that's a set amount. It runs like from 11 to 12.5% based on your educational level. And then as far as principals, assistant principals, the staff in the central office, that could vary even above that. That's more of a negotiated supplement.
We have not provided
I didn't
funding
think
for
we had.
classified employees.
But I'd give you a thought that the school system might consider, if they've got, sounds like they've got a reasonable fund balance that they could work from. If they really wanted to do something for these classified people, then they could give them a one-time bonus, and they could probably take that from that fund balance. And this retention bonus for their teachers, they could probably take that from their fund balance. That's and this technology, this 1.2 to 1.8 million, I think that could come from their fund balance. At least my understanding of fund balance. But the recommendation is that we fund operational expenses per the current year. Other discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wilkins.
that current expense that Commissioner Davis said that he wanted, the $21,376,860 is not including the classified supplement, and it's not including a certified supplement, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay, I would suggest, I advocate for at least a 1 to 2% supplement for the certified, and at least a 4% for the classified. Just because we've never done something before doesn't mean we can't do it. This is the Board of Commissioners. If I suggest that they need a raise just as much as the teachers do, and just even to suggest that we not even give the teachers a 1% supplement, I just can't agree with.
Other questions, discussion?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Arrington?
All right. Well, first of all, I don't think, we don't like anybody to tell us what we can do with our fund balance. And I don't think we should be telling the school system exactly how they should be spending their fund balance. I don't know what their plans are, why they have it, and how much and what, we know the reason that we do ours. But I think we need to act on the request that they make at the present time. Yes, I would support a 3% supplement for the classified supplement and a 1% for the certified. And given the reasons that they expressed during their presentation, you got tenured, maybe the way that they structured, whether you got tenured workers who've been there and deserve it. That's my position on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Arrington, and let me just clarify, I don't try to tell anybody what to do with their fund balance. I just said that is something they could consider. Other questions or discussion?
Same thing.
Commissioner Howell?
I'm still as clear as muddy water on this. I've had a couple conversations with some of the school board members around this, and my concern is more around the classified individuals. And I know Commissioner Davis and I have spoke, and that there's a Senate bill out there that's got a raise in place for the certified, which is the teachers, and then the non-certified, which is the classified. But I've also had conversations that said that that did not apply. It does apply to the community college classified employees, and I'm here again, I'm learning this, so I'm making an ask before I can really make a decision. And we may not be able to answer this today because we may not have the information either. But in the community college, when the classified employees get the raise when the state passes the raise. The certified employees get it when it's passed at the community college. However, I'm being told at the public school system, they get state employee benefits, but they're technically not a state employee. They're a school system employee. And I'm being told unless they specifically put in a name of position, as they did last year for the school bus drivers, because the school bus drivers got a flat rate last year and were included in the legislature, and they passed that, so they got a flat rate. But the other employees that were classified did not get a raise. But then, back to what Mr. Davis and I have talked about, there's got to be some way these individuals have been getting raises, because we haven't been furnishing the raises. So I'm still confused about how exactly that process works before I can, in my own conscience, improve a supplement to support them. I'm not saying if they're not getting the raises, then they absolutely deserve a supplement from us or somebody else. They need a pay increase if they're not getting it. But I'm still unclear on the information that's been provided by the school board on how these classified employees for the school system in Nash County get raises. And so that's kind of, I guess, my ask back to the county manager, if there's any way you could clarify that, and you may know, but I'm still confused on that big time.
I do not know. I would have to dig in and get you some information.
Because if they're not getting a raise, then, and I would support it, but if they're getting a raise and they've had ability to get raises in the past, then I don't see the need for the county to support doing that. So until I know that answer, I'm kind of stuck on that one, sir. Other questions, discussion? Commissioner Davis?
Does the board understand that a supplement, even though it's not guaranteed, is a reoccurring expense, because I don't think you would ever give an individual a supplement and then not provide funding for it for years moving forward. So once you start something, it's going to always be there, and anything you do here is going to come away from your own county employees, because it's just so much money there. And it is a expected state expense and a school board expense over what funding they receive from the state, not a commissioner expense.
I agree with that.
And it is reoccurring.
Let me just share some information that I've got on, I'm not against bus drivers or any other classified. I know the bus drivers came and spoke to us and they made an ask. But this is from the school board's committee meeting on March the 31st. As of March of 2025, Nash County Public School bus drivers earned between $16.79 and $23.82 per hour, with an average wage of $18.09. This is surrounding counties as of March 31st, committee meeting. Wilson County, $16.07. Greene County, $16.07. Martin County, $16.50. Bertie County, $15. Pitt County, $16. Edgecombe County, $15. Wayne County, $17.32. They are above where we are. The competitive salary in Nash right now is $16.79. That's what they are making. And again, I say, I don't tell them what to do with their fund balance. I don't have any authority to do that. But they gave a bonus to these bus drivers for attendance. And they did that from their fund balance because they could do that. And if they wanted to do something for these certified personnel, these classified personnel, they could consider doing it with their fund balance.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Wilkins.
I just want to say there are other classified workers other than bus drivers. And when I think about the classified workers, I think about the cafeteria workers when before lunch was free, little kids came and they dug in their pocket, just like teachers dug in their pockets for supplies. I think about the custodians who clean those buildings. They are barely getting, I think a cafeteria worker told me she had been there about 10 years and is only getting $15 an hour. That's not, to me, a livable wage. The custodians don't. So it's not just about the bus drivers, it's about all the certified workers feeling valued and getting something. And, you know, if we can't do it, well, we can do it if we want to, but we need to work with the school system to make sure the certified workers get their just pay.
Well, the certified are going, they already get a supplement. Classified don't.
I mean classified, I'm sorry,
With
classified.
the classified, you've got bus drivers and monitors, you've got child nutrition, you've got clerical, you've got maintenance and custodians, you've got teacher assistants, you've got district admin and coordinators, you've got transportation. If you give them a 3% supplement, which is recurring, as Chairman Davis noted, that's pushing $1 million.
Well, do we not give recurring supplements to teachers? We've given them 1%, so that's recurring.
We've done that.
Okay, so
and those teachers right now are compared to surrounding areas, they're doing very well. I think Wilson County's latest ask will get them up to around 9%. Compared to this area and the surrounding areas, our teachers do very well. You can't compare us to Wake County, but they obviously do better than we do.
Yeah, I know they do, but I'm just saying, you know, the classified workers is what my concern is, them, the ones that are always left out or left behind.
I would just add, my concern would be a sustainable budget, as Commissioner Davis pointed out, reoccurring cost. So far today, we added 4 positions in the sheriff's office, which will probably, I'm just thinking rough numbers, they're going to total right under about $400,000 with the benefits added on. And then we also added on to the community colleges recurring expenses of $253,381. So we're at $653,381 of reoccurring expenses that we're adding into this budget. At the beginning of this presentation, I pointed out that our CIP items, which are one-time expenses, were totaling $2,714,245, and then we had some other one-time expenses in our operational budgets that we identified for a total of $3,067,205. And then we also looked at what you still had available above and beyond the fund balance policy. I certainly would not recommend that any further decisions be made for reoccurring expenses. I just don't see how that is sustainable moving forward.
So,
Pardon me?
do you have a comment, Chairman, Commissioner Davis? So the recommendation from Commissioner Davis has been to keep the school system funded where they are, and I believe the capital piece of it is $13,396,000. Is that correct?
The capital, for their capital, they had their one-to-one refresh plan, which was anywhere from 1.2 to 1.8, and they had their school safety, which was 1.3.
Discussion? Comments?
I'm just a little confused. I noticed the other night when we were at the meeting on the school and the school safety particularly, they were looking at the SRO officers and putting those in each school. But we're showing, and I may have looked at it wrong, so please, if I'm wrong, correct me, but they were asking for 1.3 million, but there's funding from the state to cover $58,000 of the $68,000 salary for all high schools for SROs. And then they also get grants that they get every year, just have to reapply for them to cover the same $58,000 for all of the officers, SROs, in elementary school and middle school. So I'm trying to figure out, that's like a gap of $10,000 per officer. Where the ask is coming from at 1.3 for that, or is that including the other safety, the EVOBs and the locks and everything else as well?
Commissioner, that's why I asked for clarification, and I have not yet received clarification. I was on the same page.
Okay, thank you.
But the locks could be funded from fund balance, correct? And again, they've got a reasonable fund balance. And I don't know, because I'm not in the school system, so I can't, really determine. But I mean, I wonder why with these Chromebooks, they didn't replace them in the last 3 or 4 years. I mean, rather than making that request to us, that's a capital item with fund balance. I mean, we could fund that from our fund balance, but they've got a fund balance. So, I mean, I'm looking some kind of guidance here, but my recommendation is, we fund them at what we're funding them at now.
Yeah.
Commissioner Howell?
I agree with that unless we get further information to clarify some of this stuff that would lead us to do something else different. It's just, I don't have enough information.
See, I think, for me personally, rather than, they asked for $340,000 for retention bonuses, and those bonuses are important for retention purposes. But again, that, I think, would probably qualify under fund balance. And if I were going to give them $340,000, I'd much rather give it to them for school resource officers, because I think that's our first commitment to the citizens of Nash County is safety. So,
Can I suggest that we go back to the operating expenses and Commissioner Davis's recommendation of the $21,376,860?
but can we, you want to vote on, get a consensus on that separate from their capital that we give to them, the
I think so.
1396?
If we
Okay.
could do operating, and then we can move to
Okay.
capital.
All right, that's the recommendation from Commissioner Davis. What's the pleasure of the board? All in favor indicate by the consensus, raise your right hand. Okay, you got it. The next item is the 1396 for capital.
Correct. So their current capital expenses are $1,396,890. Additional expenses requested for their FY26 budget was the one-to-one refresh plan at $1.2 million to $1.8 million, and the school safety at $1.3 million.
So the total capital is 1,396?
That's what they have been getting, just like how the community college had been getting $290,000
Right.
annually.
We give them that every year.
That's their annual, what we have been giving them. So that is in the budget.
So that's what we're looking consensus on.
Well, that is what is in the budget already, and then for the board to have a discussion about the items that they requested. I don't know if anybody has any
Okay.
appetite.
Commissioner Davis?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to point out that we have not reduced that current capital expense since I don't like the word demerger, but since the change in the way the school systems are aligned. We had 4 schools plus another couple of facilities that they no longer have to maintain in Nash County.
Correct.
And we still have not reduced that thing, so I feel like what we have been providing them for current expense should be adequate, considering the reduced responsibility that we've had. Now, once we add on another school, which will be in 2 to 3 years, we may have to look at that again, but currently, I think we should be in good shape as far as what we're doing, because there's a lot of maintenance costs that we are not providing, and it is indeed true that Edgecombe County was providing some funding for capital for this capital expenses on existing buildings, but again, it wasn't at the level that we were, so we have gotten rid of a lot of expense that we did have previously.
So would your recommendation be to keep the capital as it is now? The 1,396 plus?
It would be, if you've asked me for a recommendation, it would be to maintain the current capital expense at 1,396,890.
All right, that's the recommendation. What's the consensus? All in favor of that, raise your right hand.
Wait a minute, you didn't have any discussion.
Okay.
Excuse, I'm going to need to take
Commissioner
a break.
Harrington?
Yeah. Well, again, like I said, the chairman keep talking about how the fund balance, what they don't know what they do with it, and again, it's, now we seem to be running away from public education, funding for public education, and we know everybody's expenses increase, and to use the demerger as a reason to not fund or reduce funding or hold funding at a certain level does not send a good message to our public school system that we are in total support of what they are doing and how they are doing. They showed us the accomplishments that they have done in reducing the unperforming schools and the other good things that they're doing with technology. So I'm still in support of funding our school system at a basis that they can continue to operate at a competitive level.
Other discussion or questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Wilkins?
I just wanted to tell what Commissioner Arrington said. I believe we need to help our school system, our public school system, fund them, fund the teachers and the classified workers, so.
Commissioner Howell? I'll come back to you, Mr. Belfield. Let me get Commissioner Howell next.
Yes, sir, Commissioner. I'm all for putting the SRO in every school. It's worth the expense for the prevention there to protect our kids. I think we owe it to the children in Nash County. But I would like clarification that you've already asked for as far as that 1.3. Does that include all their safety measures, or is it just putting SRO? So I would love to see us, I'm in support of doing the same funding as last year as far as the general expenses go for capital expenses, since there are less schools to be able to be maintained. But I also think if there's additional funding needed to put SROs into school, if we need to bridge that gap between what they're getting from state funds, I'm in support of that as well. Now, I don't know what that is until she gets information back from the school system.
Go ahead, Matt. Do you have a comment?
No, I will reach out again and ask for that information and, pass it along before we get to our June 2nd meeting and see if there's, anything that we can work out.
Okay. Other discussion, question?
Yeah.
Commissioner Belfield?
I just want to say this, that grants that the school system get, whatever that grant is specifying, that's where it has to be spent. And if they move it around, try to move it around, then they're going to end up having to refund that money back. So they have to use it where that grant, what that grant calls for.
Thank you, Commissioner Belfield. Any other questions or discussion? Commissioner Davis?
I'm not certain, Mr. Commissioner Howell, what you were saying about the resource officers, but if you noticed the other night, the amount they were asking for here was to replace grant money that they currently had. And if indeed, at the end, they finally admitted that if we get it again, it takes care of it. But they were hedging against the fact that they may well not get it. If you remember, you had to kind of force them to tell us that, but in the end, they did tell us that. So I think where we're headed is the right thing to do, is just not address that. Let's get the facts before we address the resource officers.
So we've already talked about the operational. Other questions or discussion on the capital?
The other one point I think is important, and I don't know how everybody feels, but keep in mind that this board has also approved $4 million as a match against that grant that we're going to be borrowing and we're going to be paying debt service back on moving forward. But again, that's $4 million that we put in already moving forward for capital improvement for the school system, so we can all get a new school.
So, Commissioner Howell?
Yes, sir. Could I make a request to modify the consensus or Mr. Chairman Davis's comment to approve or recommend that the county manager move forward with the $1,396,890 for capital expenses, and then leaving out or on hold, basically waiting to hear more information back around the SROs for the schools, and if we need to, we would be able to consider funding that or not based on the grant opportunities and our fundings available from other sources.
Are you good with that?
I would consider that to be a friendly amendment, yes, sir.
Any other discussion or questions? All right, all in favor of that recommendation, raise your right hand. All opposed, raise your right hand. You've got the consensus, 4-3. Does that get us through it?
It did. The last slide I have is just talking about moving forward.
I'm gonna have to excuse Commissioner Leggett. She's got a commitment, I guess, with her kids at school, something like that. So thank you for staying here as long as you could.
Yeah, I need to leave too.
We're wrapping up, Mr. Belfield. Let me just preface what you're getting ready to say. I think we've had a good, healthy discussion today. I mean, nobody gets everything, but I think the manager's going to make a recommendation, and let's listen to what her recommendations are, and then we'll move forward from there with the motion.
Before I do that, real quick, our finance officer was doing math in the back of the room, and so I can give to you, before we leave today, the new fund balance appropriation needed based on the decisions made today is $4,026,437. Again, $4,026,437.
Which leaves a balance of roughly, how much? Above the 20%.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, it's a
Still-
good amount.
Still a good amount. Okay, so we had originally had the budget message scheduled for today's meeting. That's being pushed back to the June 2nd meeting. I would just like the board to consider that at the June 2nd meeting, I deliver a budget message that will be reflective of the decisions that were made today. And following that budget message, that we go ahead and hold the public hearing, which was regularly our plan for the June 2nd meeting, if we can find out if we have consensus for that.
Any objection to that?
Clarity.
Mr. Davis?
You're not asking to vote on it the same day as the public hearing?
No, sir.
Just have the public hearing?
Just have the public hearing. The vote will be at your June 16th meeting.
But we would still have the option, if we had to have additional meetings, which would possibly require additional public hearings.
If we needed to.
Okay. Is everyone good with that?
Would you say what you just said again?
No, I just said, if we got into the June 2nd meeting in the public hearing, and we heard something from the public that affected our thinking, then we may need another meeting prior to the 16th.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
So does the board concur with the manager's recommendation to have the budget public hearing on June the 2nd?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, is there a motion to that? Is there a motion to that recommendation?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Howell, seconded by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. You got that?
Thank you.
Okay. We'll get out of here before the planning board gets in here. We got a planning board meeting at 6:30. I think that concludes our business for today. We had a closed session on the agenda. Did I forget something?
Yes, sir. Just real quick, the August meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're correct.
Wanted to ask the board to consider moving the August meeting from August 4th to August the 11th. We've got some conflicts, and I think we did make contact with everybody. Everybody seemed to not have a conflict with the 11th, but if you want to formally make that your meeting date.
Okay, the recommendation is that we move the August 4th meeting to August the 11th. Thank you, Madam Clerk, very much. Is any discussion on that? Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we move the commissioners' meeting to August the
11th, 1 week out.
That's right, August the 11th.
Mr. Belfield made the motion, second by Commissioner Howell. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. That motion passes. Now, we've got board committee of special reports. Would you like to defer those to our next mid-month, or would
Yes.
you like to do them today?
I make a motion, we defer till the next.
All right, if we got a consensus on that, everybody good with that? Okay, I thought that's where we might end up. All right, I'm going to go back to the manager now. We had a closed session on the agenda, but I don't think we're going to need it.
No, we're good.
Okay, so with that said, I think that concludes our business for today. Is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Move adjourned.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, second by Commissioner Belfield. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. We stand adjourned.
Okay.